Join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I want to give notice of an executive session preceding the Board of Commissioners meeting this evening. All commissioners were present where we discussed personnel and litigation matters. I'd like to change the order in the agenda and bring up a presentation by Charles Dolan. Oh, public participation first. I'm sorry. Public participation. Seeing no public participation, I'd like to change the agenda and bring up number 2, Charlie Dolan from the Bryn Mawr Fire Company for a presentation. Oh, okay.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this evening and speak with you. Dan Cuff, president of the Bryn Mawr Fire Company, was out of town and asked me to fill in for him this evening. We would like to take this opportunity to thank both the Radnor Board of Commissioners and all of the residents of Radnor Township for the support of the Bryn Mawr Fire Company. I would like to add that I am a resident of Radnor Township, as are many of our board members and firefighters. That is what the result is when you have connecting municipal communities. In this case, Lower Merion Township and Radnor Township. Our membership does not see the divide of Radnor Township or Lower Merion Township. It is simply the community that we live in, protect and serve. Last month, both Radnor Fire Company and Bryn Mawr Fire Company were given the opportunity to present their operating and capital budgets as suggested by Radnor Township. These budgets were to include long-term projections. We were asked by Radnor Township to put a plan together that would represent both the short-term and long-term projection. At last month's meeting, we submitted that information as requested. At that presentation, we were asked if Lower Merion Township sent us here to request the dollars as it was presented. President Cuff did agree that Lower Merion did ask us to present the budgets as prepared. We would just like to clarify those comments. We would make mention that all of the information that was presented here in July was given to Radnor Township last December. Our presentation was not new information. Copy was given to Bob Zankowski, and I believe that all information was forwarded at least to John Fisher and to John Nagel. I assumed that all commissioners would have been given that information. It is important that the commissioners understand that Bryn Mawr Fire Company works hard to be financially responsible. Each of the last 5 or 6 years, Bryn Mawr Fire Company has delivered an operating budget to Radnor Township. We also had submitted longer-term capital needs as requested by Radnor Township. I have personally met with township managers every year to discuss our budget. From Dave Bayshore, Amy Cuthbertson, Bill Martin, John Granger, the interim manager, and now Bob Zankowski. In the last 2 years, I've met with Bob and John Fisher to discuss our operating budget as well as our capital budget to include apparatus purchase and building needs. We were asked to submit a plan, not a mandate for funding, but a plan that would project our needs and hopeful revenue for Radnor Township budget analysis. One important thing to know is that Bryn Mawr Fire Company considers itself business partners with the townships that we protect and serve. The information that we presented was a combined effort of Bryn Mawr Fire Company and Lower Merion Township. As business partners, in most financial matters and budget planning, Bryn Mawr Fire Company and Lower Merion meet and discuss revenue sources and expenses. When we were requested by Radnor to make this presentation, it seemed appropriate to work with Lower Merion and achieve a mutually acceptable budget proposal. As you are aware, the annual operating budget at Bryn Mawr Fire Company is approximately $550,000 to $600,000 a year. In 2012, Lower Merion Township will grant Bryn Mawr Fire Company approximately $285,000. This annual operating contribution represents approximately 50% of our operating budget. This amount does not include capital dollars. This year's contribution by Radnor is $50,000. In previous years, it was approximately $40,000, and that represents approximately 8%. As you are also aware, Bryn Mawr Fire Company spends 60% of its emergency response time in Lower Township. This would mean that the balance of our time would be spent in Radnor Township with a few exceptions. We do not draw a specific line to what we anticipate as a contribution, however, the contrast exists. Bryn Mawr Fire Company is an independent contractor subject to what we can achieve financially where our services are rendered. Ultimately, we would rather be spending our time training and working in our firefighting skills and responding to our community's emergency needs. However, none of this works without dollar support from the municipalities, residences, and businesses that we serve. Bryn Mawr Fire Company is aware of the financial situation in Radnor Township. We understand and are willing to help and work with Radnor Township in any way that we can. We believe that the volunteer service is part of the solution, not part of the problem. The volunteer fire service is a cost-effective way to help municipalities have a dedicated fire service and achieve some financial balance. That does not mean that we are out of the woods. As we are all aware, the entire volunteer fire service continues its struggle to maintain its volunteers. The mandated training requirements continue to escalate, and the volunteers' ability to balance family, jobs, and dedication to the fire service continues to become more complicated. That is a discussion for another time. However, there are things that the municipality can help the volunteer fire service with that would help continue the cost-effective life of the volunteer service. The costs associated with the fire service are much greater than they were even from just a few years ago. Most of this is mandated regulation. As we are all aware, Bryn Mawr Fire Company works in 2 townships. Each year, Bryn Mawr Fire Company meets with the Lower Merion Chief Financial Officer and the Chief Fire Officer with all previous year budget data and project as well as possible for the future year. From that information and conversation of those meetings, Lower Merion will better understand our situation and be able to provide hopeful increases in our dollar allotment. The fire service makes no demand for dollar, just an awareness of our financial situation. This process has always given the volunteer fire service the opportunity to meet with our municipal partners for full disclosure. At the very least, it allows both parties to be aware of what the full picture is. As previously mentioned, we have met with Radnor representatives to try and achieve the same result. In 2011, Radnor Township received a very favorable rating from the ISO. While not solely based on the fire service, this report strongly reflects the hard work of the Radnor Fire Company, Bryn Mawr Fire Company, and the Broomall Fire Company to maintain their apparatus fleets, firefighting equipment, and ongoing training. This is no easy task in today's financial environment. Without this extraordinary volunteer effort, Radnor Township and every homeowner in Radnor Township will be affected by an increase in insurance costs. This is just another way our volunteer fire service helps our community. I also understand that it has been suggested that Bryn Mawr Fire Company could be too expensive for Radnor Township, and that options should be looked at to consider our relationship. Bryn Mawr Fire Company has a very long history of protecting and serving Radnor Township. When the fire siren sounds, our firefighters respond, no questions asked. Just what is the address and the nature of the emergency. That is the purpose of our existence, none other. That purpose is the same purpose that propels Radnor Fire Company, Broomall Fire Company, and all other volunteer fire companies into service in Radnor Township. Unfortunately, in recent years, budgets and administrators have complicated service because of revenue and expense issues. That's just what's happening in the world today, and we all understand that. As an administrator in the fire service for many years, one thing I have found to be most useful is being certain that open communication with the proper individuals and organizations involved will always provide solid information and answers. As I previously mentioned, we were asked by Radnor Township to present a financial plan, a guideline to what our future financial needs will be. We believe that has been accomplished. It has not been necessarily liked by us, by Lower Merion Township, or by anybody here this evening. It's just we were asked to do a plan, and that's what we did. However, it is the start of the budget process. Bryn Mawr Fire Company looks forward to openly discussing all aspects of our service and our budget. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
If there's any questions, I'd be happy to ask them at this time.
Charlie, I just have one or two questions. You had mentioned that over the years you've come to the township to get,
Yes.
to present information and also to
Correct.
solicit funding. Can you give us a sense of the type of money we've given you for equipment? Because I hear operational funding, but I know we've helped with equipment as well.
Absolutely. We, just on our most recent purchase in 2005, I believe it was $100,000 that Radnor Township put together for the capital purchase of our trucks. And certainly, we're all aware of what we just went through with our floor down in our building, and that was $150,000 over a 3-year period. Previous to that, I believe in our last group of trucks, no, the ladder truck was $100,000. That was in 2009. In 2005, we were given $60,000, I believe, towards the purchase of that. I mean, I can go back and I can provide all that information, but I'm assuming that you have all that information anyway.
Yeah, we have it. I just to have a sense of the support
Yes.
levels that we've done. It's not just the $50,000 that we give, it's the capital money that we
Yes,
provide.
correct.
And I think you did what we asked you to do, which was to try to smooth that expense over the long haul.
That's correct.
Give us a good sense of what the capital and operational costs would be,
Right.
so that we could better plan our budgets.
That all basically started with John Granger when I met with him, and he suggested that instead of just coming in with asking for a large amount when we have a truck or a big expense, he said just come up with a number that works each year, like that you're okay with, that doesn't bankrupt us or make us have to dig deeper in that year, but balance it out. And that's what we did. And I think that was 5 years ago. We come up with a number of like $50,000 or $60,000 a year, like over and above the operating money, which was acceptable at that time to what we thought was a good number.
And I want to point out that in addition to serving most of the 5th Ward and the 7th Ward of Radnor Township, you also serve parts of the 4th Ward. There may be other wards. But within the 5th and 7th Wards, we have large numbers of institutions. We have Villanova University. We also have high-rise
Correct.
dwelling units, the Rosemont Plaza, Radnor House. These are,
Villanova University, Radnor Apartments.
in my opinion, these are kind of the high-risk
Absolutely.
housing condition, housing situations that demand immediate, quick response from fire departments. And Bryn Mawr Fire Department is first in on, from what I can tell, all of those calls.
Yes.
So I think it's important, at least for me, representing the 7th Ward, that Bryn Mawr Fire Department is in fact the de facto fire department for the 7th Ward.
Right.
We do have response from Radnor Firehouse, but Bryn Mawr Fire Department is usually there minutes before, and minutes can mean lives. So for me, I would like to make sure that we fund you the best we can, but we are under financial constraints, just like everyone else is.
understand that.
And I think what we're getting here is some tension between the services we receive, the funding that we can afford, and then your needs that you need to operate. So I appreciate you
It's just the way it
coming
is
in.
today. The one thing I'd like to add to that, is, which is very helpful, is that in the other municipalities, they have a fire committee where the fire companies all involved in that particular township's fire responsibility, they meet on a regular basis, along with one or two of the commissioners that may be the one associated with the fire commissioner or police work. So that is a continual effect, and it works out very well so that all of the commissioners are aware all the time of what the needs are. It's not just coming in at one time and asking for a big amount or a big thing. It's ongoing, and I think that's something that could work out very well.
Just one last comment. I'll state that I think the last time I asked the question how much Villanova contributes to Bryn Mawr Firehouse, it was maybe $1,000 or $2,000.
They $2,500.
All right.
Although they did, and when we did the approach for the building issue that we had, I think it was $5,000 that they contributed towards
Okay.
that. So.
Well, I would
is
hope
what it- I mean,
if Villanova's listening, I hope they're listening. We really need them to step up to the plate, at least for Bryn Mawr Fire Department, because I consider them Villanova's fire department, at least for half of the campus. Radnor can fight over the other half, but the point is, without the first responders in Bryn Mawr, Villanova, campus would be underserved. So it's really important to me that you exist and you're there for them, but they need to be there for you. So I hope they're listening, and I hope they can kick in some money to help out.
We'll be there.
So, I have one concern I want to share with you.
Sure.
First, I have great respect, obviously, for what you do and gratitude on behalf of everyone in Radnor for it, so thank you. And we want to do what's fair and safe, fair for everyone. But I'm concerned by the 60-40 number that you gave us and how it doesn't tell the whole story. I'm sure it's accurate, but while that might be 40% of your calls, it's a very small percentage of total Radnor calls. And so if you take the money we provide for the fire companies and either service area or service per capita, something like that, it's much more cost efficient for us with Radnor Fire Company than it is with Bryn Mawr. And that's troubling to me because perhaps it means that there's something internal that's happening at Bryn Mawr that's making it more expensive for you to service that part of Radnor than our part.
Not at all. Not
Okay.
at all. I mean, in a sense of just fire calls, as I know the chief could answer those questions, but I think Radnor has around 900 fire calls in that range here, and we're in Radnor Township probably 275 calls, something like that.
Yeah, but you're not servicing 40% of Radnor's population. It's a-
30%.
Actually,
35%.
Don, if I can just put this in there, the population at Villanova University alone is 8,000. 8,000. My ward is only 5,000.
Right.
So, if you add in the institutions, we're looking at between 10 and 15,000 residents are served by Bryn Mawr Firehouse.
Okay, well,
Don, also another piece, if I may.
let me finish. And
Well, I
then
just
if-
want to,
Allow me to finish, and then if
All
I'm
right.
inaccurate, you can, but that's the troubling part to me. If there are numbers out there that are going to tell me otherwise, then please get them to me. But that's on like $1 per citizen, we're paying more, particularly if we were to provide the 200,000 that you're requesting, plus or minus, we would be paying considerably more to protect that part of the township than we would be to protect the other parts of the township. So that's the issue that I'd like to see addressed. And if I'm wrong on the numbers, then by all means, get me the numbers that show me I'm wrong.
I think the one thing, Don, is, and I see Eamon's here and some of the other folks from Radnor Fire Company, one of the big sales pitches that we got 2 years ago as we were making the change to go with ALS for Radnor Fire Company was that brings income to them so that it really reduces their overall cost to us. Bryn Mawr Fire Company doesn't have even basic ambulance, right?
No ambulance.
Right. So that's one of the reasons. So that's just an issue.
Well, the other issue, if I recall correctly, you replace your equipment far more frequently than Radnor does.
Yes, we do, because it works. I mean, it works well for us.
Right, but your logic is not safety or efficiency, it's resale value.
Well, I think, just like everybody else, we're running a business, and we have to look at the things that make our business efficient. And one of those things is the rate with which we replace fire apparatus. When I look at fire apparatus, and I look at 20-year-old trucks, 15 years old, 20-year-old trucks, where you get very little return on that, as opposed to like 2 trucks that we have right now, we're speccing out, a squad and an engine. We can probably reach and get around $350,000, we're hoping, which would be about half the cost of a new truck, instead of having to put up all the cost for a new truck.
Existing trucks functional and safe.
Absolutely. So it's just a matter of, we all have business decisions to make, and one of our business decisions is that, and we're trying to work that through.
Well, let me ask you the very cynical question, because sometimes I'm
Sure.
a cynical person. Is there somebody in the fire department who's in the fire truck selling business or reselling business?
No. No. Only me, but I'm not in the fire truck business. But no, my responsibility is to sell the trucks and work with the funding to get the new ones. So, I mean, it's easier to sell something that people want than it is just to give away something at the end of its life.
Charlie, there is a reliability concern as trucks get older. That
Absolutely.
wasn't brought up, but, safety is one thing, but reliability, if the truck is out of service, and like Bryn Mawr Fire Department has 3 trucks.
Right.
It's your ladder, you only have 1 ladder. Where some other fire departments may have extra trucks, they may have 2 engines, 2 squads. in this case, you only have one of each. So reliability is a big piece of this. But I think, I do understand where fellow commissioners are coming from when we look at the replacement age of your trucks versus Radnor's. But that's an internal decision that you make.
Correct.
I mean,
One of the
Well-
things that you have to remember in that also is with the trucks that are being built today, you're not just looking at a very inexpensive repair. And when these trucks go out of service, they're very expensive to repair. The last couple trucks that we had that we sold in the last year, because even in the 8-year plan, they still cost us around $60,000 to $50,000 to $60,000 a year in maintenance costs just for that. And in our normal cycle, we don't run into that. We just run into something there. So you're also saving money in maintenance. So it's a large equation that we put together to satisfy our reasoning behind what we do in the way we buy and sell trucks. It's not just something that we like to do. It's something which allows us, and occasionally we make money on the trucks, which allows us to have more, financial independence from, we're out there trying to save money as much as we can, for the municipalities as well. We're not trying to increase that. We want to keep our costs down as much as possible. And this is just one way that we find that we can do it. I mean, we've worked very hard at this, and it's been very successful for us for the last 30 or 40 years, where we have traded. And it's pros and cons in both ways, but it's worked out very well for us. As far as the balance of the costs, if you look at all the costs involved, it's fairly similar.
But looking at the numbers that you gave us last month, the big change in what you're asking from Radnor is it's not really in the facility improvements or the apparatus replacement. Those numbers look more like, they do look commensurate with the smoothing process of what we have been typically giving you. Mm-hmm. The big difference is the contribution you're seeking for operating costs, where we used to give you in the neighborhood of $50,000, $60,000 a year.
No, it was around 40,000.
40, okay.
Right, difference.
And now we're being asked for a neighborhood of 160. So, and the reasoning being presumably because that's closer to the percentage of calls that you give,
That will be part of the
Right.
equation, yes.
So, I mean, this whole conversation about saving money on the apparatus side and facility and capital side, that's not really the big change here. The big change is how much we're being asked to contribute to the operating costs.
Right. I know that Doug Cleveland's here from Lower Merion to go over what that may be, and you can ask him those questions. But I do know that what we're faced with is the potential of hiring additional full-time people, because during the day we have to add employees to the staff, and one employee is what we're talking about. So we don't know where that's going. But they're all the things that are out there, and what we were asked to do in this presentation was put a long-term plan together, a 5-year plan, 10-year plan, whatever it was, to project that. And that's all we've done, is we've plugged those numbers in. And as I said earlier, it's not a demand, it's just information so that you can see exactly what it is that we need to achieve where we're going to be in the very near future. I mean,
Charlie, clarifying question. When did, and I'm sure Radnor's going to have a similar answer, but when was the first year you had to hire firemen to staff the firehouse? Was it 5 years ago, 10 years ago?
No, it's, I don't even know how to answer that question. I've been at Bryn Mawr Fire Company for 35 years, and and it was long before I was around. I would say
Okay.
probably 50 years.
So it's not something new, but it's certainly
Correct.
where the trend is headed, and
Absolutely.
it looks like, we're moving more and more in the
Well,
future, maybe 10 years from
yes.
now, we could end up with a
I mean,
paid fire
the
service.
way I visualize it is adding people gradually because of the volunteers. I mean, when you look at the state of Pennsylvania, where 20 years ago there were 300,000 volunteer firemen, today there's approximately plus or minus 55,000 volunteer firemen. So that's there, it's out there. And each one of us have to consider what our future is going to be and where we're going to be. And consider, I don't see a paid company coming in and starting out right away, which would be brutal to any municipality, whereas what I see is a gradual process. And add one guy, and what does one person cost today? I don't have to explain that to you,
Any other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
your
Thank you
time.
very much for your time.
All All right, next we have Lower Merion Township's input regarding Radnor Township's ongoing support of the Bryn Mawr Fire Company. Doug Cleveland, Lower Merion Township Manager. Welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening to you.
As noted, I'm Doug Cleveland, Lower Merion Township Manager, and thank you for having me here tonight. As you know, Lower Merion had our own board meeting a month ago when you were also speaking to the Bryn Mawr Fire Company at the time, so we weren't able to attend. So thank you for allowing us to have an opportunity to also provide you input today, and thank you, Bob, for helping arrange for this. Obviously, Lower Merion and Radnor Township have a long history of having worked together, certainly in many very important matters. I can mention many, but certainly the successful 5 Points intersection that was recently redone near Bryn Mawr Hospital is one, and there are many others. And we thank you for working with us, and we welcome the opportunity to continue to work with Radnor Township and our other neighboring municipalities in the future. I'm not going to go ahead and repeat the many things that you've heard from the Bryn Mawr Fire Company as it regards to the various services they provide to Radnor Township. They have a partnership with you as they do with us, and they provide, I think, substantial service. And whether it's 40% of their calls or covering 23 or 25% of the land mass of Radnor, obviously Bryn Mawr Fire Company is a substantial member of your community as well as ours. As the domiciled township for Bryn Mawr Fire Company, Lower Merion Township asks that Radnor Township continue its long history of regular and generous financial support to the Bryn Mawr Fire Company. I've been sent here today by the Lower Merion Board of Commissioners to express our expectation that Radnor Township provide their equitable portion of the financial support needed by the Bryn Mawr Fire Company over the next 20 or so years. As noted, elected officials of the two townships and township staff, including myself and Township Manager Bob Zinkowski, met last fall, and we did talk about long-term funding arrangements that could perhaps be provided by most municipalities, and talked about long-term planning. Last summer, Lower Merion Township Board of Commissioners adopted a 20-year fire apparatus replacement policy for our 6 volunteer fire companies, which calls for well over $3 million of Lower Merion Township contributions for fire apparatus to the Bryn Mawr Fire Company over the next 20 years. A proposal was made, as you know, to Radnor Township last year, which is the same basic proposal that is still being made by both the Bryn Mawr Fire Company and Lower Merion Township. That proposal has 3 parts to it, one each for future contributions from Radnor Township to the Bryn Mawr Fire Company for A, the replacement of fire apparatus trucks, B, the repairs of the fire station, and C, annual operating costs. That request, without it including an inflation factor, seeks the following annual contributions beginning in 2012. For the apparatus replacement, approximately $38,000 a year. For fire station repairs, approximately $14,000 a year, and for operating costs, approximately $167,000 a year. These 3 needs, therefore, total approximately $219,000 per year, which was previously referenced, plus inflation. While we recognize that these amounts are significant annual investments in the Bryn Mawr Fire Company by Radnor Township, we believe they are equitable amounts for Radnor's pro rata share of the services that are provided within Radnor Township by the Bryn Mawr Fire Company. We also encourage Radnor Township to develop long-term policy for regular annual contributions and funding for the Bryn Mawr Fire Company so that you can plan ahead and budget for such costs, and so that the Bryn Mawr Fire Company can benefit from being able to make longer range decisions so as to preserve and maintain the wonderful, cost-effective volunteer fire service that we enjoy for both of our communities. Thank you for your consideration, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Does the board have any questions?
I have one. Is there a trend in firefighting regarding size of fire companies over the last 4 or 5 decades? Have they grown in size and scope as things become more complex and the discipline becomes more professional? I'm wondering if the companies have to become larger in order to be efficient. So are you aware of any?
Well, I think it's true. I mean, the training demands that we all have upon our volunteers are enormous. And we were talking in the back when you were questioning the time upon which paid housemen began, and we think it was around the 1930s in Lower Merion, and we think we went then to sort of the 3 paid houseman model in Lower Merion in the 1960s, and we continue to have that type of a model today in our various fire companies, and a good bit of the contributions that are made to the fire companies pay for the salaries of the drivers, the housemen, and they are the ones that are there, hopefully when the call comes and can get the apparatus to the fire. But the training demands are, of course, as you all know, enormous upon our public safety forces in our society today. It takes a great deal of time, especially from the volunteers, and the standards are high. The equipment costs are substantial. The apparatus costs are substantial. And I think we're all concerned about the drop in volunteerism, not only in the fire service, but throughout our society, and we are worried about daytime response, and I know that you are too. And we are worried about that as a future trend of the ability to get firefighters out during the day when we have fires. And fortunately, we've made lots of strides in our society. I know you have too. We have in sprinklering and in good building conditions and building materials, and have minimized or reduced the number of building fires. But it doesn't take many to have us all realize the substantial asset that we have, and in a sense the really scarce manpower that we have to deal with these emergencies. I don't know if that's what you're looking for in an answer, but it's certainly something that we're concerned in Lower Merion about the future of the
My
volunteer
question, though,
fire
was
service.
more about the size of the fire department itself, the company itself. Are companies getting smaller or larger in response to the technical changes?
This is Chaz McGarvey, our Chief Fire Officer, if you'd like to respond.
You're starting to see mergers across the state of fire companies. So no, they're not getting larger. You're starting to see mergers. But again, your fire distribution stations are what help your ISO rating, which, as you know, Radnor Township was just increased to a 4. Not having ISO calls for a ladder truck every 2.5 miles, and that you have an engine every 1.5 miles as your distribution throughout your township. So no, I don't see the fire companies getting bigger. If anything, municipalities are starting to work closer together to try and merge some things so that they can get better response in using the current equipment that they have, realizing that we don't have the volunteers that we had 5, 10 years ago. I was a former volunteer at Bryn Mawr Fire Company. I joined in 1978. We had 55 volunteers. We don't have that today. It's because people don't volunteer. They don't have the time. So I hope that answers your question.
Any other questions?
I just wanted to ask, you have 6 fire companies plus Norberth, right, that you work
Correct.
together. Is just on the number, that sounds excessive. Now, is that because of what you mentioned? Or I understand the history of fire companies. I have family, friends, and relatives are all volunteer firemen. So I understand that dynamic. But from providing the coverage you need, the space you need, the response you need, does that really make sense?
Well, I think it's a great question, and obviously if we started over in building a township today as opposed to one that's been around for 150 years, we maybe wouldn't cite the volunteer fire stations in all the locations we have, and maybe we wouldn't have quite as many. I think you can make a good case that 3 or 4 in Lower Merion would make sense in terms of the coverage and the response times that are needed. Our fire companies have been around for quite a long time. They're successful, and one of the things that we've found that we need to do today, we have the apparatus, but we need to get the staffing there or the manpower. And so, in recent times, we have to send at least 2 companies to all fires, and of course that's why Radnor and Bryn Mawr work so well together, because they have to cover your township and be either primary in or secondary in, and that's one of the ways we've been able to stretch, the resources that we have, the human resources, because of the waning of volunteerism. So, certainly, I think a challenge to staff volunteer fire companies and to keep them all interested and motivated.
And John, if something like that happened, then the resources that come from the ambulance division would not be concentrated in another fire company. They would be distributed among more equally among other fire companies, correct?
In Lower Merion, we have Narberth and Lower Merion Ambulance Corps that services Lower Merion and is a separate entity from our fire companies.
If I may add, as the manager mentioned earlier, today sprinklers are what's saving buildings and saving lives. Unfortunately, the state legislation took sprinklers out of residential buildings. The building materials today are truss construction. They're crap. They burn quickly, and they're killing firefighters nationwide. So it's important that we have fire companies close by that are able to respond to our residents in a timely fashion in order to get them out there. They're talking about flashover happening in 3 minutes today because of the building materials. 3 minutes, and that building's going to go up. So it's important that we have people able to respond in a timely fashion that are close to their neighborhoods.
Thank you for your time today.
Question? Thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes?
I'll move to approve the minutes of the July 16, 2012 Board of Commissioners meeting.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Commissioner comment, public comment, all those in favor?
Aye.
I have a motion to accept departmental reports.
I'll move to accept the departmental reports
Do I have a
for
second?
July 2012.
Second.
Commissioner comment?
I would just want to call out the Parks and Rec report and some of the events Parks and Rec has had in the last few months. Last week they had a really incredible Phillies and Radnor Wayne Little League event right over in Enke Park, which was very well attended. It was a beautiful night. They showed the Phillies game up on a humongous outdoor TV. It was a really nice community event. It was something new and different, and a great addition to some of the activities that we have in Radnor. And in thinking back over the last year, we've had a lot of new, really creative, interesting additions. We've had Shakespeare in the Park, which was, again, really well attended, a beautiful night. We've had movie night at the Willows. We've had the daddy-daughter dance, again, really well attended, something that was creative and new. So I wanted to, first of all, say thank you to the Parks and Rec Department for coming up with these great new programs and, executing them so beautifully. Secondly, call everyone's attention to the new creative program that we're putting out there so that residents can kind of start paying more attention to what is being offered by Parks and Rec and attend some of these great events. Thanks.
Any other commissioner comment, public comment? All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye. Passes 7-0. Can I have a motion to authorize the waiver of fees?
I'll motion we authorize waiver of fees for PSAT's training program and Delaware County District Attorney's Office.
Second.
I have a question. I don't know, Bob or Bill, if you guys even know the answer. The Delaware County DA office request says that meeting is not open to the public. What's
No, that's open to the public. They invite.
so the form is filled out incorrectly? Item 4 says, will the meeting be open to the general public? And it says no.
I mean, it's a public meeting, so it's.
That's
open
what I
to
was
the public
surprised
who
at.
Want to, so.
No, it was open to the public.
Okay, so just the form's filled out
Yes.
incorrectly. Okay.
Any other commissioner comment, public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Next, we have consideration appointment to the Memorial Radnor Library. Elaine?
Yes, we have Heather Block Riley to be appointed as the township representative to the Library Board of Trustees.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second it.
All right, raise your hand. Jim Higgins is seconding it. Jim Higgins second. Any commissioner comment, public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes 7-0. Committee reports, public safety.
Okay, first we have, I'd like to move to accept the Staff Traffic Committee meeting minutes of July 17th, 2012.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Please raise your hand on the seconds.
Second.
Don Curley, seconds.
So one question, if we want to have these recommendations implemented, do we have to take action, or are they going to be, is it going to be implemented unless we take some action to stop it?
I believe, Commissioner, those will be implemented by the police department.
Very good. Thank you.
Any public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes 7-0. No.
Next, I would like to move to adopt ordinance 2012-08, rescinding ordinance 1991-22 dated May 28, 1991, concerning the removal of 2-hour parking zone in front of the West Wayne Elementary School.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner comment? Public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes 7-0 with no opposition.
Next, I'll move to approve Resolution 2012-96 concerning the Mainline Chamber of Commerce 5K Fun Run and Walk on September 23rd, 2012.
Second?
I'll second it.
Jim Higgins, second. Commissioner comment? Public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes 7-0 with no opposition.
And then finally, something that is not on the agenda, I'd like to move for the denial of a personnel grievance on a family medical leave matter, file number 255-1388.
Second.
Commissioner comment? Public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes 7-0. Public Works and Engineering?
First item is a resolution regarding the greenhouse gas action plan that the township has had under consideration for 1 or 2 years. Is there anybody here from the Environmental Advisory Council that can talk about this? Please. Brenda?
Yes,
and
Brenda
Jo-
Gotanda.
and Josh.
Josh Hilbert from the EAC. And we came to the meeting last month, presented the Greenhouse Gas Action Plan, but we'd be happy to answer any questions that you have regarding it. It contains a list of recommended actions to, for the township to consider to implement to help reduce greenhouse gas action or greenhouse gases in the township by the municipal operations and increase sustainability in the operations of the township. And the first recommendation is to establish a municipal green team who would then evaluate the rest of the recommendations, work with the township, and to implement things as appropriate.
And members of the green team are both
Melissa-
the township
right.
management and outside people, is that right?
Right. Melissa Kahn would be head of the green team from township staff, and the members of the green team would primarily be township staff members who have responsibility over different departments, and then the EAC members would provide support as needed. So we've been invited to participate, and we would have members participating as well.
And you've previously given us the action plan itself. I
That's
know
right.
it's referred to in our proposed resolution
We've given it to
several
you,
times. I
right,
wonder
and-
if we should actually append it to the resolution.
Sounds
Would that
good.
would that make sense, John Rice?
Well, we're going to, it's referenced in the resolution. I mean, I don't,
And it's posted on the website.
right. I don't think you need to attach it
Okay.
to the resolution. It's adopted by reference.
Okay.
You want to make a motion?
Well, I move that resolution number 2012-90, adopting a greenhouse gas action plan, be adopted.
Second.
Commissioner comment?
Well, I just want to thank the EAC, Brenda and Josh, for heralding this and for championing it over the many years that it's taken to do this after the inventory. It's been a lot of work. I'm also very thankful to Melissa Kahn for stepping up to head the green team, because this will be a fair amount of work. And I think we really stand to not only cut down our carbon footprint and save a lot of energy, but we also stand to save some serious taxpayer money with some of these measures. So again, thank you for your work, and I look forward to this panning out.
Thank you. We appreciate your support.
Thank you, Josh.
Thanks.
Public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 7-0.
The next item, Mr. Chairman, is Resolution 2012-93, which is requesting funding from the Radnor Enhancement Community Trust for the construction of a crosswalk on North Wayne Avenue. Our police and our public works and engineering people have done a tremendous amount of work to get this resolution in front of our board. This actually is a project that goes back to 2001, according to John Simon, who's former member of our Planning Commission and has been a staunch advocate of the idea. In essence, what we would like to do here is have a crosswalk connect the string of restaurants on North Wayne Avenue on the west side of the street to the parking lot immediately across the street between the Weichert Real Estate Building and the Ritz, so-called Ritz Building. The need for this is obvious in my judgment, particularly at night. People cross the street in different locations. Motorists come by. There's lots of traffic on that section of our village, and I think we have an accident waiting to happen there. Now, how are we going to do this? Well, first of all, we have the engineering has been completed. We had a permit issued and approved by Pennsylvania DOT. That was 2 years ago. Unfortunately, the permit had an expiration date. We did not begin construction, so the permit has expired. So we have to go back to PennDOT to revalidate the permit. Why did the permit, why was it allowed to expire, and why didn't we construct the walkway or the crosswalk? The answer is funding. We don't have the money in our budget for it, and I don't see it coming into our budget in the reasonably near future. Next, we do have funds available through the Radnor Enhancement Community Trust. Now, let me tell you what the Radnor Enhancement Community Trust is. It's a public charity formed about 20 years ago by Clint Stoneback, who was president of the Radnor Board of Commissioners then, and others. Its membership now includes Steve Bages, Diane Jorley of Wayne Business Association. Steve is a well-known realtor and property owner and commercial property owner in Radnor. Mac McCoy is a trustee of the trust. Mac was on our planning commission for many, many years and was instrumental in some of the early beautification and enhancement projects done in the township 25 years ago. Steve DiOrio is is a trustee, and Clint Stoneback is a trustee. According to the public filing by the trust, the trust has over $198,000 of money available for public works, public good. We had a meeting with some of the trustees. My committee, the Public Works Subcommittee, had a meeting with some of the trustees back in July, and at that meeting we had a full discussion of how we could cooperate with the Radnor Enhancement Community Trust to access that money. Now, I don't want to get too long-winded here, but the money, the $198,000, came from a combination of sources. One of the sources was permit fees paid by restaurants in Wayne to the township for the privilege or the right of parking employee cars on the AT&T parking lot on West Lancaster Avenue. The township is lessee of that lot, and for the privilege of parking there, the restaurants agreed to pay fees to the township. The township in turn turned around then and gave that money to the Radnor Enhancement Community Trust. So that, and over the years, that has built up. There was another source of the funds, and that goes way, way back, and that was a number of corporate contributions from our corporate neighbors here in Radnor. So in any event, we have that money in the trust. We have a cost estimate, a rough cost estimate that's been done by Mr. Norsini, and maybe I could ask him at this point just to tell us a little bit about that. That's for the crosswalk.
Thank you, Commissioner. The total cost for the project is in the area of $87,000. I believe there was an original estimate done a few years ago that was considerably less, but in essence, really this entails the installation of the crosswalk itself, curbing, ramps, ADA compliant ramps, and a 6-inch white thermoplastic, the design for crossing the street. One thing that wasn't in there is to install that street print Duratherm, which is a trade name. We need to repave that section about 8 foot wide all the way across. There would be some conduit work for the electrical connections, but for the bollard lights, which would be at the end of each crosswalk, traffic control, inspections, and there is a contingency in that amount. So that $87,000 would be what we hope is on the high end, because as a contingency, if bids came in below that, then obviously we'd be very happy to pay less for that crosswalk.
Personal understanding is that you can't build anything today where pedestrians are involved and vehicles are involved without ADA compliance, and that's an additional, well, that's included in your $87,000 estimate.
Correct. The ramps are ADA compliant. They have the truncated domes for tactile sense. That is North Wayne Avenue is a Department of Transportation road, and this is a mid-block crosswalk, meaning it's not at an intersection or a traffic signal. So there's certain requirements we have to follow in order to have that installed.
Okay. So, Mr. President, I would like to note that the resolution does authorize and direct the Radnor Enhancement Community Trust to appropriate funds in the amount of $87,000 for the North Wayne Avenue crosswalk. And I think that's strong language. It's not a request. It's a direction. And I think the rationale.
Hang on,
that-
I think
Jim-
we have a revision to
Yeah,
that.
Okay.
the resolution was revised to make it a request,
Okay.
probably after the initial
Sorry.
packets.
Yeah, that came in late today. Let me revise what the resolution says then. That the Radnor Township Board of Commissioners does hereby request the Radnor Enhancement Community Trust to appropriate funds in the amount of $87,000 for the North Wayne Avenue crosswalk.
So what's the position on the trust? Are they supporting this or not? And what is the Wayne Business Association position?
We'll find out as soon as we submit this to them.
So we don't know what their position is.
That's correct. We'll wait and see what their response is.
Was the Wayne Business Association at the July meeting?
Yes,
Or
they were.
represented?
Yes, they were.
And did
there's
they-
also a representative from the trust.
And did
they asked that a formal request be made to them.
I
for
mean,
consideration.
I
So
would
they
characterize
request-
them
they-
as, I'm sorry.
I just, because Bob just said something, they requested we make a formal request?
Correct.
Okay.
My only question is, Steve Norsini, is this going to be put out to bid then, this project, as a public works project then?
If that's the direction, if the RECT funded it and it would come under our duty to install it, it would be a sealed bid project.
Okay.
I wasn't at the meeting. Is this a new way of interacting with them? Because we've never
Well,
made these
I
kind of
think,
requests
Kevin,
before.
it goes back to this point. And you're probably just as familiar with this notion as anybody on the board. There's a ceiling to what our township can do out of its own public funds. Where there's an opportunity, now this is my opinion, where there's an opportunity to partner with private organizations, or in this case, this is a public charity, we should take advantage of it. And additionally, it makes sense here because the funds originally came out of a relationship whereby the Wayne Business Association and others benefited from the fact that the township had this parking lot available to the members of the Wayne Business Association for their use. And lastly, I should point out that somebody else can probably confirm this better or comment better than I. In some cases, some restaurant applications to our community development department were turned down, and the applicant had to go to the zoning hearing board because they did not meet our off-street parking requirements. So the township stepped in and said, well, let's help each other out here. You can use the AT&T lot, but you have to pay a fee for it. So, and the restaurants were given the variances, and the result is, as you can see, I call it Restaurantville. We have a great asset in the center of Wayne now.
I mean, I understand if they're making the request that we request. I'm trying to understand it, but they do pay business privilege tax. They do pay property taxes, so they do fund a significant portion of what goes on in the township. I'm just trying to understand. So they have requested that we make this request, and I'm just trying to understand, is that a change in how they want?
We would like them to make a contribution, and they said, make a request, and we'll tell you whether we're going to make it or not.
Right,
You know?
that's what I'm trying to understand. And is
That's it.
is this a difference in how we're going to interact with them going forward?
Well, I think part of the change has been that the township doesn't contribute money to the trust anymore. So I think that's the biggest change. So I think because there's money that sits there, the request made of them is, since the dollars were being sent from the township to them, for their consideration to help fund this project.
Yeah, and I'll say for me, it's a change. I mean, the change is if there's a project out there that we think is good, this is, my opinion, this is government money. And so we should be requesting and even pushing this group to fund these projects that are in the public interest. So I think it is a change, and it's a change in the right direction, in my opinion.
Also, did RECT participate in the crosswalk and sidewalk improvements at the train station?
Yes.
So they're still doing their original mission, which was projects they identified themselves or were identified by the business community. So hopefully they'll continue to do that.
Is a motion made?
The motion has been made, but I don't have a second yet.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any commissioner comment, public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 7-0.
The next item is a motion to request authorization to receive various bids and proposals for the following items. Year 2012 street resurfacing program. We have a memorandum from Mr. Norsini describing what is proposed. Steve, if you want to elaborate for the public's benefit, that would be helpful.
Thank you, Commissioner. This is the Township's annual street resurfacing program, which entails milling of the existing surface of the road, base repair or leveling course, and then a final installation of 1.5 inches of asphalt. And that would include any striping that was on the roads to be paved. There is a small table outlining the streets we're requesting to have paved: Lenore, Orchard, Brookside, Walnut, King of Prussia, portion of Roberts, Malin, Earls Lane, and Arden Road. And that's about 2.8 miles. We would call that double lane miles. For comparison, last year we did about 3.2 miles. And the difference noted would be because I feel there's additional base repair that needs to be done on these roads, and those repairs cut down on the total miles of road. And this project would be funded totally out of the state liquid fuel funds that the township has.
All right.
And the county. The county, what do we use the county funds for? This?
And that, the county funds, Commissioner Spengler, in a later resolution, we are requesting county aid. It all goes into the state liquid fuel funds, and that would also help fund this, as well as salt purchase and an upcoming project for striping.
And Mr. Norsini, I just want to make clarification that the Malin Road section is the section in the 5th Ward.
Sorry, Commissioner Nagel?
Malin Road, it says Bryn Mawr Avenue Township line. So, which township
Oh, I'm
line?
sorry. That makes sense. It is the Marple Township line.
Okay.
And that also includes, it's not noted here, but there will be milling done to the new surface on that large hill going up Malin,
Right.
and also down as you head towards the Marple Township line.
Thank you.
Mr. Spengler, do you want separate motions?
No,
on-
no, it's one motion,
Just go
so you
through.
can let him go on and
Can I-
explain the rest of it.
Go ahead, Steve, if you would.
Thank you, sir. The next one is to request authorization to receive bids for street line striping. Again, this is an annual project where the township, only on township roads, not Pennsylvania Department of Transportation roads, will go out to bid to seek contractors to install double yellow lines on our roads. And there's close to 100,000 linear feet of that in various forms to be done. This is also funded by the State Liquid Fuels Fund.
Okay.
Steve, what kind of longevity should we expect on these lines?
With the paint, and it's water-based paint, there used to be a better longevity with the oil-based, but everybody has switched to the water-based paint. Really, once a year, an annual paint is required. Now, if hot thermoplastic is used, similar to what you'll see at some of the intersections at PennDOT, that can last several years. But really, this is, I mean, you can get away in certain times with every other year, and in this case, we're definitely due.
Have we looked at the cost effectiveness, one versus the other?
I'm evaluating the thermoplastic for intersection painting at this point, because again, that's something we do every year with our crews, and trying to see if the 3 to 5 year term would save us over our folks painting it every year.
Thank you.
Steve, I just wanted to ask about the street list. This is all the paving we'll be doing then for 2012?
What I would tell you is this is based on an estimate that I prepared of current prices. So when the bids come in, conceivably, they could be higher than I estimated. We would do less roads, but they could very well come in lower. At that point, when we come to the board for approval and award of the contract, if the bids came in lower, therefore allowing us to pave more roads, I would add more roads to this list. Be what we call the fallout list.
Okay, so in your opinion, these are the roads that are in the worst condition and need the most help?
There are other roads probably of equal condition, but we're trying to do the roads based on a few factors: the amount of traffic, where the road is, and that condition. So there could be another road of equal condition to Malin Road somewhere else in the township, but Malin is a fallout from last year. We didn't get to pave it last year, so that automatically comes up to the list on this year.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Steve, what's our objective for repaving the roads in the township? How many years?
We've been trying to stay within the state liquid fuels funds, so we're not expending other funds. I would like to see that number increase if we could, and as I start to prepare a more comprehensive list in the upcoming budget, you might see that those different numbers over the next 5 years.
All right, gasoline, diesel fuel.
Again, another annual bid for gasoline and diesel fuel. Our diesel fuel and gasoline, this is what fuels the public works vehicles, police department, township administrative fleet, as well as the Radnor Fire Company's vehicles. For the purpose of the bid, we are estimating 74,000 gallons worth of gasoline to be used in 1 year and 53,000 gallons worth of diesel fuel. So I would respectfully request that the board authorize us to receive bids for that.
And you don't have a dollar amount attached to those on this memorandum?
No, we're bidding them out, and that's when we'll get the dollar
Yeah.
amount.
Not even an estimate, I meant.
I can provide that. I apologize for not putting that on there, but I can provide that. Okay, should I continue on, sir?
Please.
Contract and engineering services,
Yes.
self-explanatory.
Yes.
All right, do I have a
But
motion?
I just want to make sure I have that one correct. The first three are bids. This is a proposal. We're not obligated to accept this because it's professional services, and so we have discretion.
Yes, Commissioner Higgins, what I'm requesting is that we seek or solicit requests for proposals for contract engineering services. I would have a team here consisting of Mr. Kachansky, myself, Mr. White. We would go through those proposals, come up with a short list, interview them, and then make a proposal to the manager and subsequently to the board.
In that case, we're not obligated to take the lowest bidder. It's
No, for professional services,
that's what I wanted to make sure I understood correctly. Thanks, Steve.
All right, Jim, why don't you give me a motion for the first three, and we'll motion the second one separately, the last one.
All right, I move that the board approve the Public Works and Engineering Department go out to receive bids or proposals for 2012 street resurfacing program, installation of pavement markings, long lines, and gasoline and diesel fuel.
Have a second?
Second.
Can I ask I think maybe a correction? Jim's choice of wording was bids and proposals. Those are just bids.
What's that?
Those three are just bids.
All right,
He said bids and proposals.
Yes.
just bids, okay.
Just bids. I stand corrected, thank you.
All right, I have a second?
Second.
Second. Commissioner comment? Public comment? All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Passes 7-0. Then can I have a motion to go out for proposal for contract engineering services?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Commissioner comment? Public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes 7-0.
The next item is Resolution 2012-95, an application to Delaware County for aid for road resurfacing. Again, Mr. Norsini.
Well, every year Delaware County gets liquid fuels money. There are no county roads, just county bridges. So they allocate the money to the township, and we've been getting about $36,000 for the last 20 years. So we're making a request for a lot more, but it's based on their amount of money divided by our roads and population. So we'll probably get $36,000 this year again. But if you'll make the motion, we'll make the application.
Well, we have a different number, dollar number than.
No, I understand that, but every year we have a dollar number for hundreds of thousands of dollars. I'm just telling you the reality.
Okay, so it's not $490,000?
No, we're going to get 36,000, but we're going to ask for what we think we should get.
Okay. Mr. Norsini, is that okay?
That's absolutely
All right,
correct.
so you don't have to say anything. Mr. Spengler covered it for you.
That's absolutely correct, what Commissioner Spengler put forth.
I will move then that the board pass Resolution 2012-95.
Second.
Commissioner comment, public comment, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes 7-0. Finance and audit.
All right, first up, we have the disbursement summary for July 16th through August 20th, 2012. As you recall, the Board of Commissioners approved administration to make the payments ahead of the disclosure to us of these disbursements to help speed up the process of accounts payable and to make sure that our payments were on time. So they have provided us a statement in total, $1,721,168.11. And these are payments coming out of Fund 2012-7B, 2012-8A, 2012-8B for various uses. And at this point, Bill, do you have any comment you want to make?
No, sir, other than to thank the board again for the flexibility. The program is working well so far. Each Friday, we have a check run, and we anticipate getting caught up on a lot of these utility bills and getting the program up and running. I would like to point out again that there's a special page dedicated on the Township website that includes all of the disbursement lists. We've gone back to the beginning of 2012, so there's a whole year-to-date repository for all those lists, and they're populated each week as these disbursement lists are run. I have one from today that I'll get out there later on. So it's short, the checks that were issued today that were run Friday. So that's the only one missing. But if there's any question as to the detail behind this, it's all out on the website now. And as long as the board would like it, we'll continue to put these summaries together that just summarize what's included on those lists.
I think from process, I think it might be a good idea for us to move to accept this report, just like we do other reports, just so it is recorded in the minutes that we did in fact receive a report. So I'll move to accept the disbursement summary from July 16th through August 20th, 2012 in the amount of $1,721,168.11.
I'll second it.
Can I ask John Rice a clarifying question? This is an actual spending of money.
Correct.
Simply accepting it, is that acceptable?
Yeah, I mean, you're approving it after the fact, too.
We didn't approve it, we accepted it.
Well, let's say you're approving it, you're accepting it and approving it. I think that what you talked about last month was, in order to deal with getting behind on vendors and some other bills, is that they would be paid on a regular basis. You approved that procedure, and this is an after-the-fact approval of this. So I would...
So I'll amend my motion.
Instead of a disbursement summary, we should have a motion to accept and approve the
Disbursement list.
disbursement summary.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
I'll amend my motion just to say that we're accepting and approving this list.
Second? Do I have a
Second.
Jim Higgins, second. Commissioner comment? Public comment? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 7-0.
Next up is Resolution 2012-92. This is renewing the Township's property, general, auto, police, professional, public officials, employee practice, public official, and umbrella policy liability insurance for the year beginning August 1st, 2012 through July 31st, 2013 with Travelers. And the amount of the policy is $317,792. I'll move to adopt Resolution 2012-92.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any
Commissioner
comment? Any comment from staff on that?
No, sir.
Pretty straightforward.
Commissioner comment?
I do want to mention that there was an increase in the premium.
You could use the word significant, John.
Sorry?
You could use the word significant.
15%.
15%.
Well, you know, that's opinion, but yeah, basically a 15% increase in our insurance costs from $275,000 in 2011 to $317,000 in 2012, and this is due to the experience of the township with liabilities that we've seen over the years. A few come to mind, but I'll leave that for another night. So I'll move to adopt Resolution 2012-92.
We got it. All we need
Was that
is
second?
no other comment, public comment. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Passes 7-0 without opposition.
Okay, next up, we have introduction of ordinance 2012-13. This is amending Chapter 260 to change the mercantile tax filing year. I believe we'll be moving to a calendar year filing for this. Is that right, Bill? Any comments you want to make on this?
Yes, sir. What we're proposing to do, first of all, the Finance Department has been working with members of the Citizens Audit Review Committee and taking a look at the entire Act 511 process. And some of the things that, the two ordinances that we're going to, that is in front of the board tonight for consideration to introduce came out of those meetings in that review. This one in particular was taking a look at the mercantile filing. Right now it runs on a fiscal year from July 1 to June 30th of each year, which, well, the reasons for changing it are highlighted in the memorandum, is to bring some consistency with the federal, state, and other local tax filings. So from the taxpayer's perspective, instead of having a separate tax form that has to be filled out at a later date in the year, it can be done at the same time they're doing their other filing requirements for the federal and state, which should simplify the requirements on their end. They only have to do one set of tax forms at one time. At the same time, the ordinance combines the annual $10 licensing registration with the form. Right now, that's two different processes. So from the taxpayer's perspective, they're having to do two different steps with the township. One, to register their business for another tax year at $10, sending in the form, and then subsequently sending in their filing and any tax owed. This will combine that into one process. So that should help out the tax from the taxpayer's perspective, make it a little bit easier on their end. And at the same time, from an administrative perspective, in processing the paperwork associated with this, we're dealing with each business once. So instead of dealing with two pieces of paper and two different payments from each taxpayer, this will combine it into one. So from an efficiency standpoint, it simplifies our processes internally.
As you mentioned, it's benefit to taxpayers. Have you talked to the Wayne Business District about this change?
There is a member of the CARFAC that is operates a business in the Wayne business area, yes. And he's been involved in this process.
But we should at least notify the Wayne Business District and get their comments, let them know what we're doing.
Bill, doesn't this go far beyond the business district, though? Isn't this for any business in Radnor?
Well, it's
Yeah,
absolutely.
absolutely.
It's mercantile.
I think Bill's
but-
sentiment is right. We should get some feedback from
Yeah, just
from
get
the
some feedback, because
businesses.
basically what we're doing, we're moving a year, so the first year they file, and just they'll only have to pay half a year because they already paid half a year. Is that right?
That is correct. So
But
for
they'll have to
13,
pay it 6 months earlier than the half a year than they would have normally paid a whole year. But I think you ought to make contact with the Wayne Business District and let them know what we introduced and just get some comments from them.
we will absolutely do that
Okay.
before.
I think it makes intuitive sense, Bill, but I agree with Bill. The other question I have is, what's the plan for communicating this change to the filers?
We're putting that together right now, but it'll include at different times reminders and mailers that'll go out to all the different accounts explaining what the changes are. The first one will be a little bit more comprehensive, explaining what all the changes are, and then a subsequent reminder will go out later in the year, again reminding them, and then when the tax season opens up at the beginning of next year, another reminder.
And we currently mail the filing forms to the businesses, so that's really.
We do.
Yeah. So they'll just receive, if we adopt this, they will receive a mailing at a time they're not expecting, but then that's how we're going to communicate.
Sure.
Okay.
And
Fair
they're
enough.
filing right now, so hopefully all the mercantile taxpayers are thinking of Radnor Township. So we'll send those out right away if this gets adopted, which I think is scheduled for the September 10th meeting. So between now and then, we'll reach out to the business community and get their feedback.
So the first year that we have this instituted, we, in our budget, will only have half the income.
That is
So
correct.
how will we normalize for that?
No,
Well-
you already have half income ahead, and so.
In your last budget year? So that budget year, you'll only have the 6 months.
Right. So for the 2013 budget year, that'll be the 1 year hit where the full year estimated revenue will be about half of what it normally is. At this point, the recommendation will be to absorb that through fund balance, knowing that in 2014 it will return back to its normal levels and will continue at the normal levels then moving forward for the rest of the forecast period.
We're talking about 600,000 that we'll have to carry, but we have a fund balance for this purpose.
Yeah, in my opinion, I believe so. What we want to avoid is adjusting our tax levels to compensate for a one-time shortfall in revenue. So that's where the appropriate use of fund balance comes in. And it goes back to there's really never a really great time to do this. So if we do it now, we take the hit in 13, the process efficiencies take place starting in 13 from the taxpayer's perspective, and then from a compliance perspective, we're able to ramp that up next year as well.
Bill, and you may have said it, I was reading something when you were first speaking. Does this help with not only, I would imagine it helps with us with cash flow because we're getting the money in the second year, we'll be getting the money a little bit sooner. But also, how about from an administration standpoint? Does it help to have this happening at the same time as you're processing this at the beginning of the year rather than the middle of the year? Does that help with budgeting and other processes that go on?
Well, it won't help directly with the budgeting other than the cash flow that you mentioned. Having receiving the proceeds early in the year will help from a cash flow perspective. From an operations and efficiency standpoint, yes, because the business privilege and mercantile will all be filed and paid at the same time. The amount of paperwork associated with each of those filings will be cut in half. And I'm jumping ahead to the next ordinance introduction, which will be the business privilege, combining that so that the registration and filing be on one form. So it'll intensify the amount of resources needed during that period to stay caught up. But once the tax filing period is ended at after May 15th, then we're able to focus all of our efforts on compliance.
So now a business has to file a mercantile tax and a business privilege tax? They have both? Or they two?
It's, in almost every case, it's one or another.
Yeah, all right. So you're not going to combine the business privilege and mercantile tax license with one individual?
No, but if a taxpayer is a business privilege taxpayer, they'll file their $10 registration and their business privilege tax at once, whereas right now, that's two separate pieces of paper, two separate processes from their perspective. The same with the mercantile taxpayers, is they have to file a $10 registration and then turn around and file a separate form for their taxes.
Well, then again, we ought to maybe inform the Mainline Chamber of Commerce that we're proposing this and get their feedback so that everybody knows up front what we're proposing.
Yes, sir.
Well, if we introduce it tonight, then we'll have an opportunity to do that and approve it in our September meeting.
Yeah, but people don't, to be fair, people don't pay that much attention to it.
No, I mean, but what's going to happen, it's going to happen, and in January, people are going to come to us and say, you know, you did this and you never gave us notification. So we give them notification. At least let the Mainline Chamber of Commerce know we're interested in their comments, you know, and the business, and the Wayne Business Association, we're interested in their comments. This is what we're doing. We're making a change that we think benefits us and benefits you.
The other thing you could do, Bill, is reach out. I know you got a few accountants on the CARFAC. I suspect some of them are in the public accounting business where they have clients. They may be able to help guide us on a communications plan, because I suspect it's their accounting firms who are doing the filing as opposed to the businesses themselves. So there may be an efficient way to make sure certain accounting firms that do business in the township get them the information as well.
Yeah, I think if introduced tonight, what we'll do is we'll reach out to the folks that we can reach out to get their feedback on the idea prior to any adoption. The problem with going and telling folks that we're going to make these changes is I don't know if the changes are going to happen. So if the board's okay with introducing the two pieces of legislation
Well, once we
tonight.
introduce it, there's more of a potential for it happening than not happening. So all I'm saying is that we at least ought to make that what they have to say, pro or con.
Right. I think that's a good point, but also, too, I think there's efficiencies that we need to look at of how we operate and incorporate those changes, even though it may be uncomfortable. But I think that's where we've got to shift, and just as an example, I'm not sure how often we get notified by some businesses when they change their practices. We just see it at the end of the day, but as part of this, I think incorporating that. But the big part of this is how we operate efficiently and make changes to where we start to streamline and control our operations, and not just because it's always been done that way.
That's what we have to make them. That's why we're
change
changing
those.
it. We're changing it because it benefits the way we operate, and it helps us operate more efficiently. But Bill said a couple times, the businesses will like this, the businesses will like this, the businesses will like this. So all I'm just saying, just give them a chance to comment, and if they comment negatively, that's fine. We still can make our decision based on the whole range of factors rather than being criticized for nobody knowing about this. We can say we at least reached out.
All right, I'll move to introduce ordinance 2012-13, amending Chapter 260 to change the mercantile tax filing year from fiscal to a calendar year.
Second?
Second.
John Egel seconds. Any further commissioner comment, public comment? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Passes 7-0. Can I have a motion on the next one?
Next, I'll move to introduce ordinance 2012-14, amending the Chapter 260 section to combine the business privilege and mercantile annual license with the annual filing requirement.
Can I have a second? Second. Commissioner comment? Public comment? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes 7-0.
Next, I'll move to approve a business privilege tax settlement agreement 2012-BPT-03 in the amount of $49,000.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner comment? Public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes 7-0.
And I'll move to approve the 2013 budget schedule, which is in our packet.
Can I have a second?
Second.
John
Just,
Egel seconds.
Just
Give
want
a
to,
second.
Comment?
there's only one thing I want to point out, just to make sure those people who do follow this are paying attention, that rather than have the meetings on the 3rd and the 10th of December, they're now the 17th and the 3rd, Bob? Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that's what the calendar shows.
No, we still have that other meeting in December, though. It's just not on this calendar.
Usually have a meeting the 3rd Monday in December.
But I'll just highlight the dates. The Board of Commissioners will be discussing the budget will be September 10th, September 17th, September 24th, October 8th, October 22nd, November 12th, and November 26th. And it looks like final adoption on December 17th.
I think you missed the 29th of October, John.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, it wasn't highlighted, my bad. Yeah, the public hearing, number one on the preliminary budget will be October 29th, and then the public hearing on the 2013 preliminary budget will be November 7th. That's the second hearing. But the actual adoption is scheduled for December 17th. So there'll be a lot of meetings this year going through the process, and many thanks to staff and administration for giving us a kick in the pants to meet early and often and really get into the details of the budget. We're going to have a lot of tough decisions to make, but we'll have a lot of time to make them in public. So please stay tuned and come to the meetings and voice your concerns and opinions.
Any other commissioner comment? Public comment? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes 7-0. Community development?
Sure, the first item is a motion for HARB approval, so I motion that we approve HARB 2012-16 for 208 Bloomingdale Avenue.
We'll do them both together?
Well, I think the second one's going to require some attention, so.
Oh, okay.
my
Do I have a
sense is
second?
not.
Second.
Second.
Second. Commissioner comment? Public comment? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 7-0.
And then for HARB 2012-17, Jim, did you want to talk about this, or?
Yes, I would like to. First of all, we have some 9 residents from Poplar Avenue in the audience tonight. I just saw 2 more come in, so it's up to 11. First of all, I would like to ask our Community Development and Zoning Officer to let us know that we have the full, we have the correct summary of what the Historical and Architectural Review Board did at its July meeting. What we're seeing here is simply a request to approve the HARB decision, namely an increase in the size of the front porch for the building under construction today at 219 Poplar Avenue. Was there not more to the HARB decision than that? Okay, I got it. Thank you, Mr. Nagel. In addition to the increase in the size of the front porch, we have change in the rear entrance and overhang. For my fellow commissioners, I want them to know that I've spent probably 10 hours on this in the month of July and August prior to going on vacation last week. What's happened here is that we have a builder who actually lived in the property at 219 Poplar for 7 years and decided that it was in his best interest to construct a structure totally out of keeping with the neighborhood, with the historic district in which the house was constructed. The house that's been raised, the builder has raised the house entirely, left only 3 foundation walls. The house itself, as Dr. Lane in the back can attest, has significant historic value. It was constructed, she can tell us if she wants to come up to the rostrum, in the 1950s as part of a general approach in American building construction to duplicate ranch houses, similar to, I won't say Levittown, but Levittown is the best known example. But these houses in the 200 block of Poplar were unique. So what's happened here is that the builder came to our community development department with plans indicating that he would add on to the existing 1950s or 55 1960 bungalow at 219 Poplar, which he lived in, and he made a statement, I think, before the HARB in March that he would attempt to save the structure. But what's happened is he's completely razed the structure and left only 3 foundation walls. And in doing that, he's let the neighborhood down. I know I'm treading into sensitive areas here, but he was able to take advantage of certain loopholes in our zoning code that allowed him to come in to build a completely new structure as a non-conforming use, even though there's nothing left. Only three foundation walls remained. He's going much higher with this new structure than what was there before, and he is using a large amount of the airspace above the footprint. And so what we have, and I think the residents are, with your permission, Mr. President, are free to come up and talk about this. We have a structure that's totally out of keeping with the neighborhood. And getting a little bit into the more cosmic issues here, we really need a new parameter in our zoning code for what I will call massing, which is building above, in the airspace space above the structure.
What does it say here where he has to remove the second floor?
Well, we're going to get to that in a minute.
Oh.
So we need a change in our zoning code there. We also need to redefine what is a building or a structure in our zoning code. 3 foundation walls, in my judgment, cannot qualify as a building or a structure, which would entitle somebody to come in and take advantage of the non-conforming use section of our code. But now to the certificate itself. The builder was asked to build on the second story, build in the rear of the property, a second story addition. The HARB turned him down, and I think what we have in front of us tonight is the issue of the propriety of turning down the request to build a second story addition in the back, and the propriety of allowing, number 2, an increase in the size of the front porch, and number 3, a change in the rear entrance and overhang. So that's the background of this, and it's, I guess, up to other commissioners to chime in and
Can I
voice
just
their
ask
opinion.
a couple of questions? Is this coming from Harb with an approved recommendation?
Yes.
That's the way I'm reading it.
Yes, it is.
And then, Jim, you said a non-conforming use, but we shouldn't, I mean, I don't want to discuss any aspect of zoning here, correct?
Yeah,
This isn't a venue
the zoning's not in front of you.
Yeah, so if Jim has a concern about the zoning, at least that's,
Right.
I heard you had a concern about zoning. There's no reason to
Well,
discuss that.
I didn't say I had a concern, Don. I said that we have problems in our zoning code that
Very good.
were made use of here to the detriment of the overall
But
neighborhood.
we're not going to address those tonight.
I think the neighbors would like to mention the problems in our code and how this project went down, and so, yes, to that extent, we could
But-
discuss the zoning code.
My understanding, and Kevin was at the Harb meeting, there were three things, and you have a memo from Kevin. One was the front porch, that piece of this was approved by Harb. The rear entrance and overhang, as I understand, that's the second story. That was approved with some conditions, which I think the applicant, who is here, and I believe represented by counsel in the front row, has an issue with. And there's a garage, and the proposed construction on that was denied. So you have three different things here, three different actions by Harb that are in front of you under the code.
And Commissioners, as a point of clarification, the applicant back in February, I believe, was in front of Harb for the original plans for this structure, and they did receive Harb approval. The applicant came back, made some changes. Some of those were suggestions from Harb, such as the front porch, and made further changes to expand the rear of the building and expand on the garage. So Harb originally looked at this. The front of the building has not changed from what Harb had originally approved. There were subsequent changes that were made that the applicant came in, met with staff. We advised him that he would need to go back to Harb. He had then gone back to Harb with these changes, which brought us through to this point today.
Kevin, can you explain the condition, remove the second floor, should the rear entrance and overhang be granted?
That's the subject that the applicant can weigh in on. They had expanded out, the second floor was approved, second and third floors were approved by Harb with the original application. They wanted to expand that further towards the rear of the building to expand, I guess it's the master suite and master bedroom and bathroom combination. At that point, Harb had an issue with that and thought that that was too much massing, that there were multiple changes to the rear of the building. They had an issue with the massing at the rear of the building on the second floor.
So this remove second floor means the new space on the second floor, not the entire second floor?
Not the entire second floor, just what was in front of Harb at the second application.
The expansion?
Yes.
Okay.
I have one more question. Is the applicant asking us to give an opinion on 17C also? Meaning, are they asking us to reverse the Harb denial?
I'll leave that up to the applicant and his counsel, but I believe so, yes.
Okay, and then also asking us to reverse or are they asking us to reverse provisions of 17B?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And is everybody in agreement over 17A then, at least?
I believe so, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, my sense is, yeah, we should.
Why don't we hear from the applicant and tell us what you see here, you know, how you like.
Thank you very much. Members of the board, my name is Michael Gill. I'm an attorney with the law firm Buckley, Bryan, McGuire, Morris, and Summer in Westchester. We represent Christian Wynn, who is the owner of the property, seated behind me. Mr. Wynn is the current owner of the property, and he did, in fact, live in the ranch-style home that had previously been at the property and which has been renovated and redeveloped. He is in the process of selling the property to Mr. and Mrs. Went, and Michael Went is with us this evening in the audience as well, just by way of introduction. Just to clarify a point that had been made and commented upon in the introduction, the home that had formerly been at the property in its entirety, the one-story bungalow-style rancher, was approved by Harb to be remodeled and renovated, and the new home that is to be created from the foundation of what was there was itself approved by HARB, and this board issued a certificate of appropriateness for that reconstruction. So anything related to the original structure has already been before HARB and been before this board for consideration back in the springtime. Mr. Wynn did, during construction, remove the roof of the then existing home, and as part of that process, there had been water infiltration into the structure while it was under reconstruction, and some conditions had been discovered internal to the structure that required portions of the existing walls that had been in place, one of which is nonconforming as to side yard setback, to be removed down to a point about 1 3/4 to 2 feet above grade. The foundation wall and then a portion of the existing wall remained, and that, of course, is what has been built upon from there. So the nonconforming situation to which Mr. Higgins referred is as to side yard setback on the eastern side of the property, and that wall was never removed, and there was never any intent to abandon that nonconformity. Obviously, we're not here this evening to discuss the zoning issue, but simply to fill the board in on what we're talking about when we talk about that zoning issue. We are here this evening to talk about a certificate of appropriateness, or I suppose 3 certificates of appropriateness with regard to the structure. And as Mr. Wynn went forward through the reconstruction process, a couple of things became readily apparent. The first of those was that some conditions, or some requests, I should say, that HARB had originally made that Mr. Wynn said he would not be able to honor, it turned out that because of the way the project was unfolding, he was in fact able to do those things. And those are the expansion of the, do we have the plans? Does everybody have? There we go. Go ahead. So if we take a look at the front elevation, and the highlighting and the handwriting are mine, so pay no mind to those. HARB had originally requested that this porch area, where I'm indicating here, that originally was supposed to run only between the 2 columns. HARB had originally requested that be extended out to the side wall of the building. Mr. Wynn had originally said that he didn't think that was going to be possible, and then during the construction process, it turned out that that was in fact, possible. So that being different as to the front facade of the building, Mr. Wynn went back to HARB and said, we can do this, but we legally need a certificate of appropriateness to do that on the new building. So we need your input on that, HARB, and HARB obviously was happy to see that, I think it's fair to say,
So
and we're able to do that. Sorry?
So that's A?
That's A, right. Well, that's a part of A. That is A, excuse me. Another thing that Mr. Wynn had originally not thought was going to be possible, but then turned out to be so, was instead of using vinyl siding or what I'll call faux cedar siding for the facades, he was in fact able to do that, and again, it was necessary legally, technically, to get a certificate of appropriateness for that. And I think it.
I didn't hear what you said. What kind of material is going to be used?
Actual cedar, real cedar siding. And I think it's safe to say that HARB was satisfied and pleased to see that as well. And then finally, the overhang, where I've clumsily highlighted and circled and written the word overhang. HARB had originally requested that the roof lines overhang the side walls of the house. Again, from an architectural and construction process, that didn't originally appear feasible, but during the construction process, Mr. Wynn determined that that was going to be something that we were able to do. So those are, A, really speaks only to the front porch, but those are the 3 things that HARB had originally requested that we were able to go back in and say, yes, we can do those things.
They're all under A, although they're not mentioned?
They're all under A, I think it's safe to say, yes.
You.
With regard to, let me come back to B, because I think that's the point that warrants most of our time here this evening, and skip down to C. The garage that's at the property right now is a one-car garage, and in traditional neighborhood development fashion, it's a garage. If we take a look at the site plan here, it's a garage that's accessible through the driveway on the side of the property, and you go right back into the garage. Certainly nothing out of the ordinary there with traditional neighborhood developments of this type. If you'll bear with me a second. Mr. Nguyen has proposed, as part of the amendments that are currently before the township, to make that into a two-car garage. And again, the cedar siding that will be used for, there we go. The cedar siding that will be used for the entire house will be utilized on the garage as well. And what Mr. Nguyen has proposed here is to make this into a two-car garage, simply expand the garage in an westerly, excuse me, thanks, Christian, in a westerly direction in a way that will not be visible from the right-of-way of Poplar Avenue. So if you take a look back at that site plan, the entire expansion of the garage in this area here will sit behind the house. No part of that will be visible from Poplar Avenue. Harb did not find that acceptable, thought that the massing of the garage was out of keeping with the neighborhood. We obviously disagree, and one of the things that we would ask the board to do this evening is to find that expansion of the garage to make it a two-car garage in a way that doesn't affect anyone other than the property owner is something that's entirely appropriate.
Can I ask either Kevin or John Rice a question? Does that garage comply with zoning?
Yes, there was an issue with the garage is currently non-conforming with setbacks, and the provisions allow an expansion of a non-conforming building along its setback plane, provided it doesn't get any closer, and that's what the applicant was doing. I believe that there are some other sketches showing the first and second floor of that with an elevation, may be helpful for the board to see. And I think I heard for the first time tonight that it was a two-car garage. I understood that there was only going to be one garage door. So I don't know if that is a change, or I don't know if the applicant wants to go into that a little bit more.
No, that's not a change. In fact, it is a one-car garage, and it's when I call it a two-car garage, let me be very, very clear, and you're absolutely right, Kevin. I perhaps misspoke. We're expanding the size, but the area that's part of the expansion will be used for tool storage, workshop, things that you'd storage, something you would normally expect to see in a garage. My mind, I'm sorry, just calls it a two-car garage because I think it could fit two cars in there. But no, it will only have one garage door.
Excuse me for
And
interrupting.
I'm sorry for the confusion.
But the width
Kevin?
of the garage door is what, how many feet?
I'm not sure of the width.
Well, is it based on the drawing? I don't have the drawing in front of me. I can barely.
It's a one-car garage.
Okay.
9 by 8 overhang garage door.
Okay.
Kevin, is that a fair characterization of the Harb's denial based on massing?
Correct. Harb was concerned about the massing of the building and the proximity to the property line.
To the rear property line,
Correct.
neighbors, or?
To the rear property line, and that the size of the existing garage was going to, in fact, double.
So again, we think that, and obviously in this area of the law and development, we get into a great deal of subjectivity. Whether or not the garage is too massive is certainly something that reasonable minds can disagree on. We don't think, though, that we ever reach that point because the Harb enabling statute and Harb's jurisdiction is limited to that which can be readily seen from the public right-of-way.
Sir, to that point, did the Harb, when it discussed this, was its opposition to the massing because of its inconsistency with architectural principles, or was the opposition to the massing because they thought the mass was too large?
I believe that they felt the mass was too large.
So that would be outside their jurisdiction, correct? They're not charged with making determinations of what mass is too large. They're charged with making determinations of consistency with architectural provisions, correct?
I believe that's what they are arguing.
I would certainly agree with that, sir, and we did make the point at Harb that the entirety of this is consistent with the area and bulk criteria that apply in the zoning ordinance, which of course are your baseline massing regulations from a zoning perspective. Harb's position was that that's all well and good, but we look at something other than zoning.
Well, but Don, if you look at the Harb ordinance, it's Chapter 178 of our general legislation. There are a number of parameters or criteria that the board, the Historic Architectural Review Board, can look at, and massing is certainly something that can come under the rubric of any one of half a dozen of those.
Yes, but I read that
criteria.
to see that the massing has to be, it has to be an attribute of the historical quality of the building or the historical nature of the building. It can't just be massing in and of itself. So if the building was built in a period in which accessory structures were very large, then the massing is not inconsistent with principles of architecture and the scope of our Harb. If the building was built in a time when accessory structures were small, then massing would be a provision that would trigger Harb.
Well, our board, the Harb, had access to the street. They, I'm sure, knew that they could examine the various houses on the block and found that one-story or one-car garages
That was
were...
the nature of my question, and the answer that I heard was otherwise. That's why I asked it.
Well, Kevin doesn't know what Harb did. He doesn't know if they visited the site, went out and looked at the garages.
Correct. I do not know. The impression I got from being at the meeting was that they were considering it a matter of scale and not on other factors. If other factors were considered, I'm not aware of it.
Do you have an elevation view of the garage?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, just to chime in, I know Kevin and I went out and visited the site, and I want to thank the one resident for allowing us to go in their backyard. It is out of scale. It's too much for that particular area based on the garage and the expansion that is requested, given the current scale of the new construction that's there, but increasing the mass and the impact not only to the neighborhood, but I think to the neighbor directly behind is significant. And I think by looking at that and taking that into consideration, which I think being on the site and listening to a lot of the neighbors, but also seeing the visual, the scale of how that impacts is significant. And I would just recommend that on all three, that I would recommend denial of A and B and the sustaining of the denial on C.
So, Bob, we have numeric values that control mass. We have multiple numeric values that control mass. And the reason we have them in zoning is so that we can't make qualitative decisions when there's quantitative reasons to make a decision. So in this case, what I'm hearing is that it satisfies the numeric objective criteria that we have in our code, and it's a qualitative opinion that is the source of the denial. And my sense is that if this building is too big, then we have to change our numeric values in our code. But this is like a de facto change to our zoning. And I don't think that the language of our ordinance, our Harb ordinance, allows us to do that. Our Harb ordinance is relatively soft in language, and this is just an opinion, but my opinion is that it's relatively soft in language, and then we're using it to impose what we should impose with numeric criteria. We could have put numeric criteria in our Harb ordinance. We chose not to, and now we're kind of making an end run around our decision not to put numeric values in our Harb ordinance. So I think it's very problematic to do what you suggested,
But
for
if we
the
go on,
reasons you suggested.
But if we go on that theory, Don, then really no one should ever have to appear in front of Harb, Planning Commission, or really in front of the Board of
No.
Commissioners, because in
That-
theory,
there's
you could
no
do a
reason to
calculation
make
of
that
math, and
statement from
would
anything
be
that I
it.
just said.
No, I think it would be.
But let me ask another question about this. How high was the old roof ridge?
Of the garage?
Yeah.
The roof ridge of the garage is, we've got 9 feet 1 inch from
the
floor to
ridge.
ceiling inside the garage, right? So let me just find.
Was
the
that a
measurement
flat roof garage or peak roof garage?
No.
Actually, no, sir, that is incorrect.
This is Mr. Nguyen.
I'm sorry. The existing garage was
basically this here. The pitch of the roof, we've increased the height of it. I don't know the overall height, 9 feet to here. It's probably will be 3 to 4 feet, I would guess, at the most, higher than it is currently. It's going to a 12-12 pitch. It was probably an 8 pitch before, which would have just softened the pitch that was existing, if that helps.
So if you combine that with doubling the size, it increases the mass in the neighborhood. That, I don't think it's about numeric values. I think it's about the, the value of looking at a one-car garage in most of the other homes and having this with the increased roof height, a lot more shingles to look at, and more width.
To the point of consistency with the neighborhood, the photo that I'm putting up on the table here is 217 Poplar, and if you can take a look and see the rear of the property from the point of this photograph, you'll see the garage that's on that property, and obviously we think that the mass of that building is consistent with, if not greater than, the mass of what it is that Mr. Wynn is proposing. However, I do want to come back to this point because it's going to be particularly relevant as we talk about item B. HARB's jurisdiction is limited, and it's limited by the enabling statute that the General Assembly saw fit to enact. And that statute reads, "The governing body shall pass upon the appropriateness of exterior architectural features which can be seen from a public street or way only, and shall consider the general design, arrangement, texture, material, and color of the building or structure and the relation of such factors similar to similar features of buildings and structures in the district." The expansion of the garage that Mr. Wynn is proposing, I certainly don't disagree, sir, may be visible from the property, from the backyard of the property that shares a rear property line with Mr. Wynn's property. However, the question of whether or not it can be seen from, quote, seen from a public street or way only, to our minds, it removes the consideration of the garage from HARB's jurisdiction. So I think the board here is presented with two questions. First of all...
Excuse me, let me interrupt.
Sir.
But I can see in the picture, I can see the garage, so... From the street.
Certainly, if you
I mean, is that the picture of the property?
I don't know that this photograph was taken from the street itself. It seems to have been taken from the...
Do we have a picture of the property from the street?
Well, not of the expanded garage, obviously.
No, but of the existing property. Can I see that?
This was pre-existing conditions here. This is the driveway here.
Right. But because this picture was taken directly in front of the house, if I were, 30 feet to the right, I would be able to see up the driveway and see this new accessory structure. Is that right?
Well, sir, I'm not sure that I agree with that, because if you take a look back at the site plan, I'm standing on Poplar Avenue and I'm looking straight down the driveway. I would see the existing garage, to be sure. But would I see the proposed addition to the garage?
Is there a wall? I'm sorry. Is there a wall on the right side of that driveway?
Is there a wall on this?
Right. So what would preclude me if I were further, and I guess to the east, on the street? Would I not be able to see deeper into the backyard and see the full structure? I would think I would.
I don't know the answer to that question.
You're making a statement that we would not be able to see this structure from the street, yet I find that highly improbable unless there is a large wall preventing me from looking at a diagonal from the street.
That's the existing garage.
So I can see the structure, or I can see to the left of the structure.
I think Commissioner Fisher is making an excellent point. Mr. Gill, I don't concede that the statute you cited disposes of the issue, but assuming it does, have you considered the fact that from Walnut Avenue, where Mr. Marshall, one of the residents who's in the room tonight, lives, could he not see that garage from the street looking from Walnut Avenue south?
I don't know the answer to that question, and I think that would be an extraordinary, with all due respect, contortion of or expansion of HARB's jurisdiction to say If an element can be seen from by craning my neck or stretching or looking over a fence into somebody else's property, is that something that's within HARB's jurisdiction? I think that it's entirely appropriate for local government to regulate historic features that can be seen and appreciated by the community at large, and I think that's the intent of the legislative language.
I love your word contorted.
I think, though, that...
But I do think that looking at it from Walnut Avenue, which is to the north of
I'm familiar with where
the Wynn
Walnut
property, might very well mean that we would see that garage. And it's in addition to what Commissioner Fisher pointed out.
And I think, sir, that goes to the very question of subjectivity and the question of what it is that HARB should be looking at.
I have one question with Kevin. If this was a one-car garage, how big a shed could they put on this property to take the lawnmower and equipment, which they're going to use the expansion for? Would they be able to put a two-story shed somewhere on this property?
They could easily swap the area of the garage for a shed and put as large of a shed up that would fall outside of HARB's purview.
Yeah. So if we turn this down, they can put a bigger structure, as big a structure on there, a shed that store their equipment, two-story.
Two-story, correct.
Yeah, thank you.
Along those same lines...
But the shed would be subject to the HARB as well.
No, garden sheds are not subject
Oh,
to...
I see.
But the shed would have a different height requirement than the garage would it not?
No, the shed would be subject to the same height requirements as an accessory structure that is the garage, and that's 20 foot to the midpoint of the roof.
So we're talking about, and I agree with Don, that the fact of the matter is that mass is zoning. What you can build, how high you can build it, how much land you can cover is zoning. And the HARB does not have the right to say you can't build this. And the fact of the matter is, if we don't let them build this, they can put a big shed away from this somewhere, and it'll look even uglier in the neighborhood. When you
Bill,
walk
that
around
is not a rationale for approving this idea here.
No,
You have to think about saleability of this property.
What's that?
Does the person that's buying this property want to compromise and accept a shed rather than a garage?
No, all I'm telling you what the potential is, Jim. What I'm saying is, what Don has stated is that this mass, and what you can build on a property is subject to zoning. And HARB doesn't have that ability to turn it down based on that, and I agree with Don. It's logic. I'm not a lawyer, it's just logic.
Well, I would disagree with you. If you take a look at our code under which HARB was established, Section 178-7, there are at least 4 criteria that the concept of massing comes under. F2, preserving the overall relationship amongst the buildings within each district's development pattern. Remember, this is a historic district. F3, preserving the overall relationship of width to height of windows and doors. F7, preserving compatibility with surrounding buildings in each district. And F8, making every attempt, if making horizontal or vertical additions, to retain architectural details. Well, that's not quite on point, but certainly under the rubric of these design parameters, we've got at least 3 here that go to the issue of massing.
So, Jim, as I would see this, the key to the word compatibility is the architectural compatibility. It's not the massing in and of itself. It's the architectural compatibility, which, you know, I don't know the answer to how big these structures are in that period, but it hasn't been presented to us that there's something about the massing of this building that's inconsistent with the architecture.
We have nothing in our zoning code that proscribes massing or prescribes massing.
I don't agree with that. I think we have lots of things in our
Do we,
zoning code.
Kevin?
Yes.
I would agree with Commissioner
Yes.
Curley in that the zoning code establishes height and area regulations, which goes into massing.
And other things, and stormwater and impervious
No,
cover and
no.
setbacks.
That doesn't address building fully out in the airspace above the footprint. It does not address that.
The building height does address that, and per your email earlier, and I apologize, I do not have copies, as this was pulled together late. I took the opportunity per Commissioner Higgins' request to compare the plans to what the ordinance requires, and I can bring it up to the screen. Again, I apologize for the small scale. This site is in the R3 district, and we have the area and dimensional requirements for that. And I'll compare the existing condition to the approved plans and then the proposed plans that were subject to.
Kevin, is this R3 or R4?
This district is the R3. You had asked me to look at the R4. I believe it was previously zoned R4 and had subsequently been rezoned to R3. So the lot area is required to be 10,000 square feet. The existing condition to the alternate right-of-way is 9,989. The approved plans showed 9,989. The proposed plans show 11,711. That changes as a result of the zoning hearing board decision with calculating impervious coverage out to the deed line at the center line of the road. Building line is required to be the width of the lot is 70 feet for the district. An existing condition, which remains consistent throughout all proposals, is 69 feet, so that's an existing non-conforming building width. Building area, the building coverage, the footprint is required to be 25%. The existing structure was 16%. The approved plans, 18.61%. The proposed plans with the expanded garage, 19.75%. Front yard is required to be 35 feet. The existing condition and the approved plan and the proposed plan are 56 feet. Side yard setbacks, 15-foot minimum with a side yard aggregate of 35 feet. The existing condition is 15 feet on one side and 15.5 feet on the other side, and that is remaining consistent throughout. So they are short an aggregate of 5 feet on all three plans. The rear yard setback is required to be 35 feet. They're at existing 48. The approved plans showed at 42, and the proposed plans showed at 42. Stories, building height number 3 stories. The existing condition was 1, and the approved plan and the proposed plan are both at 3. And impervious coverage is permitted maximum 35%. The existing condition, and this is where the lot area change comes into play, was 33.27%. On the approved plans, 34.31%, and the proposed plans, 34.38%.
Kevin, can you clarify something just to make sure I understand this accurately? So basically, if I understood what you just walked us through, under the proposed plans, the proposed plan complies with all of the requirements other than the side yard setback, which is a continuation of the current nonconformity. Am I understanding things accurately?
That is correct.
Thank you.
This information is very interesting. I'm not sure exactly how it relates to the HARB determination. I very respectfully disagree with the interpretation that HARB is limited to making their decisions based on architectural details only. I think the plain language of that statute gives them the leeway to look beyond just architectural details, the relationships with things like character of the neighborhood, relationships of buildings, and compatibility with other structures. It's more than just architectural details. The whole point of having our HARB statute and having a HARB board reviewing changes within those districts is that we have an extraordinary asset in our township to have these historic neighborhoods, and protecting the character of those neighborhoods is very important to everyone's home values in those neighborhoods. It's something out of the ordinary. It's something that we have recognized as a local government. This is so special, we're going to protect it. We're going to ask these very skilled experts to analyze changes so that we keep these houses in keeping with the character, the relationships of the buildings, and compatibility. So, and I really don't see how you can limit that just to architectural detail. So, I mean, I did not go to the original HARB meeting. This is the first I have seen this, I have to admit. But at first glance, it seems to me perfectly reasonable that our HARB, which has a tremendous amount of expertise in determining what defines a historic neighborhood, what characteristics, how the buildings relate to each other, how they relate to one another, and to the whole scheme. it seems entirely feasible to me that that expert board could come up with a determination that a building proposed that has more mass than the rest of the buildings that it's supposed to be compatible with would not be in keeping with that character.
Yeah, and with all due respect, if we assume that the conversation is based upon something looking beyond the architectural compatibility to the relevant historic period, that's a conversation that I think applies with equal force to what it is that Mr. Wynn is proposing vis-a-vis the garage. And what I mean by that is this. If you take a look at 217 Poplar, you see, as I pointed out earlier, a garage taken from what it looks like on the grass of either 217 or perhaps that's at the property line between 219 and 217. But you see a garage that is certainly in keeping with, and again, this is all about subjectivity, so it certainly appears to be in keeping with the garage that Mr. Wynn has proposed. You don't see anything there that is particularly ostentatious. You don't see anything that is particularly large. You see a garage structure that is set back behind a building, which is what is entirely appropriate for these traditional neighborhood developments. A long driveway that runs along the side of the road that leads back to a garage building. The mass of that garage building is entirely consistent with what it is that Mr. Wynn has proposed here. So on several fronts, I think that the garage is a relatively easy question. If you wish to apply the, again, admittedly, the technical, legal, statutory construction issue of does HARB even have jurisdiction to be looking at this expansion of the garage that Mr. Wynn has proposed? We suggest not. Then I don't think that it's something that even HARB should have considered. If you're looking at it from a question of is it historic or is it architecturally compatible with the rest of what is being proposed on the property, from a materials perspective, then obviously HARB and you have already said that that's acceptable. And if you're looking at it from a question of is it consistent with what else is in the vicinity, well, here's something that's in the immediate vicinity. It's right next door. And you see something that is, again, in keeping with the massing of what it is that Mr. Wynn is proposing. So on all three analyses, we think that the garage is a rather easy question. And why HARB decided to go in the opposite direction, I don't wish to characterize what they did. What they did is reflected in Kevin's report. But I would suggest to you that they got it wrong vis-a-vis the garage. On any of the three analyses, the expansion of the garage is entirely appropriate.
So this neighboring garage is of equal size and mass as...
Much smallish. Yeah, I can't speak for the audience, sorry.
Is this neighboring garage the same size as the one that's being proposed?
I don't know that it's the same size. The question is, well, it's larger. The question is, though, isn't a square footage analysis. If it's a square footage analysis, then we're back into zoning. It's a
question of relationship to the other buildings. So the relationship to that lot, to the house next to it, to the houses. And frankly, we have a board of people who are skilled and expert in this, who have taken a look at this and determined that it does not fit the character. So it would be very hard for me, at least, who I do not hold any degrees in historical architect or characterizations, to overturn that if they have made that determination after looking carefully at it.
Well, with all due respect to HARB, and I serve as a municipal solicitor myself for the Borough of Westchester, so I have great respect for the work that HARBs do and around the region, and that's obviously a very important position that they fill in each of their municipalities. It's not HARB's ultimate decision, it is your ultimate decision. And it is not the Board of Commissioners or Borough Council's position to serve as a rubber stamp for HARB. It's your responsibility to conduct an independent analysis of what it is that the applicant is proposing and to make that call based on the presentation that's made to you. You have HARB, municipalities that have boards of historical and architectural review have them to serve as a filter, to serve as an advisory board, but your decision should be made based on the presentation made to you not simply rubber stamping what it is that HARB passed up to you. And I say that with the highest amount of respect that I can for the work that HARBs in the region do.
And absolutely, I think you are perfectly, it's perfectly legitimate to come up and argue against it and to take your position that you think that they've made a mistake. And that's an important step, and if they, I would certainly overturn something that I felt that they didn't give due analysis to, or that there was a mistake, or that, but when it comes to subjective judgment that requires knowledge, background, and expertise as to what qualifies as the period characterization and the relationship and compatibility that defines the character of that neighborhood, I defer to their judgment.
Well, let me be clear here. HARB's analysis, and here I will characterize, HARB's analysis was not based, at least from the meeting what I was at, was not based on an analysis of what the architectural history is of the period in which these homes on Poplar Avenue were developed. At no point in time did that enter into the conversation. The entire analysis was based on whether or not the garage, and we're talking here about the garage is too massive as proposed for the lot and is too massive when you apply it to the lot. Does that make it inconsistent or incompatible with the surrounding neighborhood? We've presented to you images of the house immediately to the left of Mr. Wynn's property. This is the house 221 immediately to the right. You see a two-story structure there. We're not suggesting that you can see a garage here, of course, but now doubling back to my point about visibility from the right-of-way, what we're looking at here is the Tyvek wrapping on the home on Mr. Wynn's property under construction, and you cannot see the garage from that angle. So I would submit to you again, on any of the three analyses, we think that HARB's recommendation is wrong and that it's entirely appropriate and, as a matter of fact, required for you to conduct an independent inquiry into what it is that Mr. Wynn is proposing. And if based on the information that's been submitted to you, you find that the expansion of the garage is either appropriate, which we think it is, or is not something that should even be under discussion, which we don't think it should be, then it's appropriate, it's required for you really to overrule and reverse HARB and go in the other direction. That's the presentation with regard to the garage.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, before we finish with the garage issue, do you happen to know the date of the garage? You're looking at the property to the left, when that garage was constructed?
I do not.
Okay, so you don't. How about the home to the right?
I do not.
Okay. So as part of this characterization that we talked, this is a new structure, a new addition. So I think as we look at that, it should be treated such, and I think that goes to support the decision of the HARB too, that this is new, this is not existing, or an adjustment from that. So I think there's some mischaracterization too as well.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
That's all right. We're fine. The commissioner's got the point. He made his point.
Okay.
So why don't you go on to the next issue?
Thank you very much. With regard to the item B.
And just, if I may, in the essence of time, I'd like to hear from the residents as well, so.
Well, when he's done making his
I
presentation.
know,
we
well,
will.
it's getting quite long and winded.
I'll attempt to
Well, John, he is a property owner, he has certain rights.
I understand that.
So
I
give him
understand
his
that.
fair due.
And we've asked the questions.
Item B is with regard to truly the rear of the house, the rear elevation, as it relates to, or as related to the right side elevation. As originally approved by HARB and by this board, the building permits called for this first floor area here to be part of the house. So the footprint of the existing structure was to be expanded in the rear, toward the rear of the property, along the driveway. This is the driveway here. And the roof line was to be consistent with a first-story bump out of the house in this area. And again, that overhang is something that's new that we're able to accommodate HARB on, as I referred to earlier. Mr. Wynn has proposed to build a second floor dormer, if you will, onto that first floor bump out. So this is not, everything that I'm showing here between my fingers is not new. This first floor is something that had previously been approved by HARB and by this board. What Mr. Wynn went back to HARB with, or actually, it wasn't even part of the HARB application, it just came up at the meeting, was this second floor, basically enclosing the second floor area that had previously been shown as an open roof area. And then the roof line that is intended to, or not intended, that derives from building that second story dormer on top of the first floor addition, the roof line is changed to reflect that, and then a window is depicted here. Let me start with the rear elevation first. Nowhere is the argument more strong that we are far afield from HARB's jurisdiction than with regard to the rear elevation. There's no question that that's not visible from any public right-of-way.
Sir, before you, so the issue then is that second story, that's the part, without the second story, it was approved by HARB. With the second story, it's not approved by
Right,
HARB.
so I was just sort of backing into that rear elevation is derivative of building the second story, or enclosing the second story area. The first story bump out, again, had previously been approved. What we're talking about now is enclosing that second story area, this rectangle that I'm forming right here.
So when it says remove second floor, that box is what they're saying remove?
That's correct. That's correct. So they are okay with this had originally, the fenestration here was different on the approved plans. The window, the fenestration is changed if the second floor is built on in a way that reflects or is consistent with the rest of the fenestration of the building. But what they were approving was this change in fenestration, if you will, but they were requiring that the second story dormer area, the enclosed area here, be removed.
Can you show us a picture of what it looks like removed?
This is the original plan. So you see that area had a sort of a breezeway leading into a doorway, and now that's proposed to be completely enclosed. The breezeway would be enclosed. The second story would be built on top of that, and the roof lines changed to match the second story.
Thank you.
Again, and referring back to these the pictures from the right-of-way, which I don't think we need to go through again. Everybody's seen them already. We don't think that that's something that's properly within HARB's jurisdiction. But more importantly, here we're really talking about something that HARB and you already determined to be appropriate. The first floor bump out of the footprint of the building, you already determined months ago is entirely appropriate for this district. What we're talking about here is enclosing an area on the second floor and changing the roof line to match that, or to pick up the fact that you're enclosing the area in a way that adds no additional footprint to the property. If you find the garage objectionable because it's adding additional footprint to the property, that analysis just plainly does not apply here. And we are consistent with zoning. Again, I understand that we're talking about different issues. We're consistent with zoning.
Isn't where you have circled in yellow, that's all new, is it not? And you're saying it doesn't change the footprint?
It does not change the footprint of it changes the area of the square footage of the building itself, but it does not change the footprint of the building.
But when it's contrasted with the picture on the left, it looks substantially different.
Well, so when I refer to footprint, I'm talking about the amount of ground cover that's covered by the building.
But
and that is X under approved conditions, and that is X under proposed conditions.
But doesn't this go to the question of massing?
Can I just, I think what was approved was a one-story addition, and what I think is being asked here is that we approve a two-story addition.
Well, that's not,
Is that,
that's what's,
No?
because it's only this little layer on top that's being.
no, I mean, this back half It's addition, right? Because the
No, it was a one-story building, they're
Hold
building
on.
a two-story building, but now they're putting an addition to this two-story.
but the addition that was approved was a single-story addition, no?
No, no.
Well, I understand the whole house, but I think you're building on the same foundation envelope or not?
Same foundation.
Okay, so did this one-story addition, is that on the original foundation, the original envelope or not?
No, that
So
is-
that's a one-story addition,
That
a
is-
one-story addition. And now you're asking for a two-story addition.
That
Yes?
one little section. it didn't-
Well,
the whole
I'm
house
just
is
trying to
two-story.
use the language that I'm used to, which is a one-story addition, versus building on an open spot above a roof. That's a second floor. It's a second story.
Is he accurate with the one-story addition at least? I mean, there's a window on the second floor, so is that a two-story addition?
This window right here?
Okay, no. So I think he's right then. That's a one-story addition, a one-story bump out, and it's being replaced with a two-story bump out. Is that accurate?
That's correct. The bump out that had previously been approved was one story.
Okay.
And what's now proposed is
And
to expand the second story enclosure, exterior facades, to encompass an area that previously had been approved as open space above the one-story bump out.
So similar to the previous item, you have two objections to the HARB action, as I understand it. One is you disagree with the subjective determination that HARB, by denying this two-story bump out, HARB was in effect saying that a two-story bump out was inconsistent with whatever basis they used to make that determination. But then, in addition to that, you're saying that there's no jurisdiction to, that even if you were to stipulate that HARB was correct in their subjective determination, your opinion is that this part of the building does not fall into the jurisdiction of the HARB.
Yes, sir, that is exactly the position.
Because you can't see it from the road.
Because you can't see it from
While
the
we're
road.
on that, do you mind if John, would you tell us your opinion on whether the back of this building, as the attorney just described, falls into the jurisdiction of our HARB?
I heard Mr. Gill read the statute, and I understand his argument, but I think if you take that argument till it's full, take a whole block of homes. This one you can see in the backyard from the street, this one you can't. This one you can see, this one you can't. So you'd be applying HARB to, not consistently, but depending on that little phrase in the statute. I think you said it was a right-of-way or a public way. To eliminate, maybe every other house from coming under the regulations.
Well,
So
John,
I find that sort of, when you interpret a statute, you've got to, there's a whole myriad of things that you have to consider.
Well, John-
One of them is sort of, it's an interpretation that would give you a sort of a ridiculous result,
But if
which
you wanna-
would be looking at maybe every other home.
But
So
if you wanna-
I don't agree with the jurisdictional.
But if you want to put on a deck or an addition on the back, HARB has, you can't see it from the street, and HARB can,
I mean, that would
we
lead
roll
me
on
to
that
the
all the
next-
time, right?
How
Yeah.
have we interpreted it? So
Yeah,
I'm
so
under the
we've rolled on
impression
the
that we have-
backyard all the time.
You've been doing it consistently. Every HARB that I deal with, some other HARBs in other townships, they look at everything. The issue of whether you can see it from the street has never come up in any HARB proceeding I've ever been involved with. And I think your ordinance doesn't say that. Your ordinance essentially says that buildings defined as principal or accessory are within the jurisdiction of your regulation. So, I mean, I understand the subjective nature of most HARB ordinances, because this, I mean, the criteria in here, to some extent, it's in the eye of the beholder, whether it's compatible or not compatible, whether it's too big or too small. But that, I think, is what these ordinances do.
Well, I think that the question of what your ordinance says, with all due respect, your ordinance must yield to the statute. And the statute, by its plain language, states, which can be seen from a public street or right-of-way, comma, only, comma. They chose to emphasize the word only by setting it apart. I certainly do not intend to, I don't mean to suggest that the statute should be interpreted in a way that produces an absurd result. I don't think it's an absurd result. I think that each property that comes before HARB and comes before you has to be analyzed on its own merit. And if there are features or elements that come within an historic district, and those are perceptible or observable from a public right-of-way, then by all means, HARB has jurisdiction.
But,
if, however, they don't...
Are you
then-
maintaining that no part of this two-story bump out, I'll use your term bump out, is visible from the public street?
I think that you would have to take a fairly strained view from the public street to be able to even have a chance of
But
saying
you're
that.
not maintaining that it cannot be seen
But
from the
that's
public
the
street?
that's the problem with using that interpretation.
So we have a problem with that argument.
You can go one block over and stand in somebody's sidewalk and maybe see the rear of this house. That's why to apply that standard makes no sense to me. And I understand the Statutory Construction Act, and but to do that, then you're essentially eliminating some homes, and maybe the home next to it is subject to HARB. And I would consider that an absurd result.
Well,
by applying it like that.
Well, I obviously, but respectfully would disagree. But I think...
And one other thing, Mr. Gill, the section you quoted from doesn't say the public street on which the property fronts. It says a public street.
It says can be seen from a
that would
public street or way.
That would include Walnut Avenue, and I think we have some people, at least one gentleman that lives right behind this house, that will be equipped to talk on that point.
Just to wrap up our presentation then, and with all due respect for your time and the amount of effort that you've put into this already, even if you remove the jurisdictional issue from the equation, we submit to you that the garage is entirely in keeping with what we see not only in the vicinity but right next door, and it's entirely appropriate, having already determined, that's an important point, that the first floor addition onto the footprint of the building is appropriate. That's beyond reproach. You've already determined that. To suggest that the second floor dormer over that area cannot be enclosed because it's inappropriate, frankly, just doesn't make sense.
Lower ridge height
Bill,
below barge board.
Look at the prior drawing, look at this drawing. They've moved the peak of the roof up a foot or two.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So
what was probably open space so that you could see the ridge from inside? Right. And in this new configuration, that's going to be a floor up there, right?
You can't speak for the audience. You have to go use the mic.
I apologize. This was proposed as a cathedral ceiling in the original plans. And now this will just be closed area under a flat ceiling, just so that this floor will come down here for this.
Yeah. You don't have to
I'm sorry. This dormer here, the interior wall will be to the left of this window on this first floor.
All right.
If that makes, hopefully that clears it up.
Makes total sense. So it is a true second story you've put on. It was originally a one story with a cathedral ceiling.
So,
and it's more massive.
Well, why don't we hear from the neighbors, and if you have any comments, you can comment. after we hear from
Thank you
the
very
neighbors.
much for your time.
In the meantime, does anybody know how we have interpreted that traditionally? Have we allowed construction in the rear of the property without triggering HARB?
No, we haven't. We haven't.
We have.
If you want to put a patio on, you want to put addition on, it's a historical district, they have to go to HARB.
And they make that determination.
You want
as
to put
to
a deck on, you have to go to
suitability
HARB.
of a deck. Very good.
Decks, historically, we have not. I know there's been some cases where it has, but recently decks have not gone to HARB over the last year or so, and sheds have definitely not gone to
But
HARB.
certainly any structure attached to the back of the building would be consistent with.
And how about
our HARB
patios?
review.
That I do not have a good
All
answer
right,
for you.
Okay. But any addition to the rear would definitely have to go to HARB. Addition
Have
to the building.
have they? Yes.
Yes.
Did they need to? I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Any member of the public would like to comment? Now's your chance. Come on up.
Hi, I'm Barbara Miller Lane. I live at 224 Poplar across the street.
You'll pull the mic over towards you, thank you.
Sure. Barbara Lane, 224 Poplar, across the street. I've been a resident of North Wayne for 60 years. You can see that makes me very old. And at 224 for 40 years. I was thrilled when we received a historic district classification for North Wayne. It's immensely valuable because, and I think we probably all agree, that North Wayne is full of treasures, treasures from really many, many different periods. And one point that I'd like to make here is that North Wayne, in its historic character, contains many different periods. It's extremely diverse in its architecture and building patterns. This is particularly pertinent to what we're talking about tonight. I'm the person who especially bemoans the destruction of the classic ranch house that preceded the present construction at 219, because that happens to be one of my favorite kinds of building. And by the way, I'm a professional historian and actually quite involved with historic preservation organizations in other capacities. So I particularly miss that, but that's not my point. My point is that the value of what we've got, our treasure in North Wayne, is a variety of historic styles. And it's really a very difficult job to take care of all that. Now, I've heard some very strange things tonight, it seems to me, from Mr. Gill, particularly. And I heard them before at the Harb hearing. What he seems to be suggesting is that buildings are a two-dimensional object, that if you can see them, the front of them, that's it. That's the important thing. That's all we have to care about. Well, no. That's not true for the National Trust for Historic Preservation. It's not true for Harb either. He raised this point at the last Harb hearing, and whatever the statute says, Cam Lacey wisely said, and this is, as Mr. Rice says, is also true of other Harb administrations throughout the country. We don't do that. We don't just look at the front facade. This is not 15th century Venice. These are freestanding structures. And you perceive them as masses, not as facades. Maybe if you stand in a fixed position, like me to you, Mr. Spengler, all I can see is your nose and your ears. But if I walk around the room, I'm going to see all of you eventually, probably. And that's true of buildings, too. As I walk up Radnor Street Road, I see the backs of buildings from a public way. As I walk down Walnut Avenue, I see the backs of buildings in two directions. So buildings are three-dimensional objects, and they exist as part of an urban fabric, which it is also our job to preserve in a historic district. Now, just a word about the urban fabric here, or you could call it the suburban fabric. The house to the west of number 219 is a much older house on a very large lot, and that was a pattern of subdivision which characterized the late 19th century. The section of Poplar and Walnut to the east of this new building is very different in character. The lot sizes are smaller. The areas were subdivided much later, more specifically in the 1940s. The buildings are from the 1940s. They're low. They're modest in size. And so all those that also bears on the point of the way the new building and its extrusions fit into the surrounding urban fabric. Maybe it sort of looks like the one to its left, which is on a much bigger lot. It sure as heck doesn't look anything like the big chunk of Poplar and Walnut that are to its right. So we're trying to be urban analysts here tonight, and we're trying to design buildings here tonight, and I don't think that's appropriate. I think Harb has done a good job. Thank you.
My name's Doug McCone. I'm looking at these elevations here. I also would like, if I could, to see the floor plans, because if you look at what I'm pointing to at this particular point, this is what was approved, but if you were to look at a plan, you would discover that this door is actually set back almost to the back wall of what the second story was originally approved at. That door did not come all the way out to the back of this addition on the piece. So that if you look at the building from the side, you're going to basically get a box with a small piece sticking out the back, which is where this door and the mudroom that's there is going to be. And then you'll have another section where it's inset to where the this first floor addition is. What you're going to see then is you're going to have a box with a small piece sticking off the back. When he completes this, what he's showing here it is in fact a substantial expansion to the left-hand side. It brings the wall of this back addition, the entire length, all the way over to the edge. So what you'll see, if you were to just see that, you would see the box with a very long piece sitting on the first floor, and it's on top of that in which he's building the second floor. So that when he says that there's no expansion, that the first floor was completely previously approved by the HARB, that is not entirely accurate. It's not accurate, because what the HARB would have seen would have been, again, a box with a small piece off the back. That's not, he's not just adding on top of what was previously approved. You can see, if you look, the reality of that by looking at the real elevation of the original, which is here, and you'll see that the point of the ridge beam is directly above that dormer up at the top. You can also see that in the next piece over, that it's further over to the left. So that he's in fact expanded that rear piece as well as putting the piece on top. So for him to turn around and say that it was previously approved by the HARB, that's not entirely accurate. I would also like to see one other thing. Do you have the pictures? Yeah, that's the one I want. If you look here, you can see, this is the house next door. You can see the side.
You don't have it on the map, but push it over.
I'm sorry.
Look up there.
Oh, shoot. For better, you can see right here. First of all, this is the house next door. This is with the Tyvek on it is the building he's talking about. Right about where my finger is the portion which you can see from the street without question, is where this addition is being built on, where he's talking about the setback. Okay. Now, the comment that Mr. Gill makes is that you can't see it from the street, so the HARB doesn't have jurisdiction. You can see right here that the HARB would have jurisdiction because you can see it.
That, so you don't discuss that point.
But my point is, him saying that they don't have jurisdiction,
Yeah. Okay.
the picture belies that point. And you could see, you would be able to see the piece of the garage if you were to move over just a little bit closer to the property line on the left. To me, the issue is we went through a process. We didn't go completely through the process, and it wasn't completely vetted, and it needed to be. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Matt Marshall. I live at 228 Walnut Avenue. I am on the Walnut Avenue side of this new construction at 219 Poplar, but I think there are multiple issues going on at once here from not only a planning perspective, from a HARB perspective. I question some of the zoning and how we got here, but I'll just start by saying I agree with the HARB and the township manager. The massing of this building is too big for the neighborhood. The result of having a garage structure built on this house is absurd. The house next door at 217 Poplar is a deeper lot by 50%, about 30 to 40 feet. Therefore, the scale does not even compare. And you're talking, as Mrs. Lane...
Matt, excuse me, would you repeat that again?
Yes.
The house at 217 is
what? The lot at 217 Poplar, and if we had some plans that were consistent with what's built here, site plans, we would be able to tell. The house at 217 Poplar Avenue is at least 30 to 40 feet deeper in their setback. It's a larger lot. It's a deeper lot. This lot is a shorter lot to the street.
But
So
you're saying there shouldn't be a garage at all in this property?
there should not be a garage
That's
at all.
already approved. We're just talking about the addition.
Are we talking about the
Yeah,
garage?
the garage is approved. It's
I didn't.
addition.
Did we hear a vote?
We haven't approved the.
No, but the Harbor approved the garage.
No, they
they did not. They
no, they did
denied
not.
the increase in size of the garage.
They didn't
So-
approve the garage.
They denied the increase in size. So the,
Yes,
the
no, they
existing-
approved, we approved this, when they came this spring, we approved the garage. Is that not correct, Kevin?
No, the garage was not part of the original proposal.
Okay, so
They
no
want to
garage-
expand it.
now the
But-
garage
well,
is new.
There's a garage that exists that they want to expand. They want to increase the size of the garage, but there is an existing garage there now.
So there's always an existing garage.
Correct.
So we're not talking about no garage. There is a garage.
Correct.
We're talking expansion of the garage.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. There is an existing garage. From my calculation, it may be 14 or 15 feet. It's a very small structure. It conforms with the overall lot. What we're talking about is doubling the size of the garage, but we're also talking about other exceptional improvements, which include now a front porch, which I personally agree with. I think it goes probably in more consistent ways with the rest of the homes. But then there are other issues, and the most significant ones are basically the ones, as Mr. Gill has said, cannot be seen. These include the second floor addition to the property, which is shown up here over that, what I believe to be was the Harb's initial recommendation, which was a one-story addition to a home that, again, is somewhat out of scale for the neighborhood. And what we found is that through the Harb process and going through and looking at existing conditions, the second story's already been built. And I can show you a photograph from today. If you look at the green outline there, that is the second story on the back of that home, which the Harb has not approved, you have not voted on, and it just continues a cycle of more building. And in my opinion, it's not really permitted to be built.
Didn't we vote on that in the spring?
No.
What did we vote on in the spring?
Construction has begun on areas of the house. The applicant was advised he needed to go to Harb, and if he continued, he's continuing at his own risk.
And he thinks-
Pending the outcome of tonight's meeting, he would submit revised plans, which would then go through the approval process. Construction, once this issue came to light, construction, if I understand correctly, has ceased on this second floor addition.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so this is where we are today. I'll just get right to the point. So we have an oversized home with a second floor addition that was built, and supposedly no one, or at least in the solicitor's recommendation, there's maybe some confusion here, but in most historical districts, you are looking at the rear yard. You're looking at the massing, and you're looking at the scale, and I would also come to the fact that you're talking about not only North Wayne here, but South Wayne and all the historic districts in Radnor. This building is going in a direction where we don't want to go. And I can tell you, not only as a neighboring property owner, but as someone who has a much smaller house on a much larger lot. And if I chose to follow the ordinance, I would have a monstrosity in North Wayne that nobody in this room would necessarily want to see there. So let's see what's been going on. The second story addition's built. It's up. I apologize to Mr. Wynn, but this has been covered over for some reason, so it can't be viewed on the back. I can see it clearly, and that's basically what we have. I guess where, I would suggest...
This is from your property?
This is from the backyard this morning. This was
from
taken
Walnut
the back-
Avenue, not
Yes.
on the street, but on your property?
Jim, you can see the structure from Walnut Avenue. If you drive down Walnut Avenue and you look over my home, there is I think it's 38 feet now where we built the roof line now. It is massive compared to the other properties. Again, this initial application to the Harb was for an existing ranch structure to have a second-story addition, And what we have is a brand-new building with a second-story addition, which your board hasn't even approved. So we're just going to keep going on here and just, take the builder and the applicant at his word? I just don't understand how the process got to this point. Sorry for being long-winded. I appreciate your time.
On the comment on the, sir? On the comment, if he doesn't expand the garage and he puts a big shed back there, what do you think about that?
Mr. Spingler, the house in the scale of the neighborhood has already basically been expanded to the point where it doesn't fit on the lot. It's your opinion.
That's not the question I asked you. I mean, he has a lawnmower, he has a snow blower.
I think we could go back to a zoning question, because I think when he tore the house down, he basically abandoned the nonconformity.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure he can build that.
Yeah. Well, that's not the issue before us tonight. The issue is if he doesn't expand the garage and he puts a big two-story shed there, what have we accomplished?
Sir, with all due respect, that's what I said earlier. I have 44,000 square feet on my property. I guess I could build to 35%
Yes, you can.
coverage. Sure, I can.
You can.
Is that where we want to go in Radnor?
Well, that's what the property owners have a right.
It's a slippery slope.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a slippery slope.
That's the zoning laws.
And the zoning laws here, I don't think were followed, in my opinion. I don't think they were followed.
Okay.
Commissioners, I can tell you I looked extensively at the zoning issues, and there are no zoning issues with the construction on this lot.
Thank you.
Kevin, can I ask you a clarifying question
Sure.
on that, too?
There were three walls.
Sorry, we got it. We got it. We still have public. You have to sit down.
I'm sorry. The lower ridge height below barge board, the proposed change.
All right, where do I get everyone's attention? Can we have
I just-
everyone's attention for this young lady
Well, I want to
here?
ask Kevin my
All right,
clarifying
one question.
question.
Go ahead.
The item B, lower ridge height below barge board, the current new proposal complies with zoning. Is that correct? Okay.
Hi, I'm Connie Enox. I'm at 230 Poplar Ave, and I have a couple of questions. First of all, my understanding is that once framing is completed, then an inspector from the township is supposed to go out and do an inspection on framing, and then you can proceed with the plumbing and the electrical. You then have a second inspection, and then you have a final inspection. My understanding is that no inspections have been done on this property. Right. Okay. The Harb suggested the front porch. They thought that would fit better in. They did not mandate it or request it. They suggested it. The addition on the back, there had been a previous enclosed porch, which they then incorporated into the body of the house. The request before Harb was, could he enclose a small back porch, and he then wanted to build a second addition. The small back porch was already enclosed. The second floor addition has been built. As far as the garage is concerned, I think that you guys aren't looking far enough down the road, because there's not much grass in the backyard. There's going to be major stormwater issues. And this is a brand-new house. I mean, I have an old house built in the 1800s that I just pushed my kitchen out on and put on part of a porch that had pre-existed. And I had to jump through hoops.
Ms. Enox, make your point again about the inspections. I think that's worth it.
Well, I don't know why this hasn't been done. I mean,
Well, all work has been stopped.
I know, but the only reason the second floor addition is in front of you guys is because no framing inspector has been out there. The framing inspector, my understanding from Kevin, is he has the right to ask for
You have to speak into the mic and speak to the commissioners.
ask for a work to cease.
I'm sorry.
Is that correct? If there have not
Could
been
you-
plans or a
I'm sorry.
permit?
Could you address the commissioners, and he'll answer your question, but look this
Okay.
way. Okay, thank you.
I thought there had to be a permit for any additional building that was not initially granted, and my understanding is he only has one permit.
All right, we'll look into that, okay?
So the whole second floor addition has been built without a permit, and without an inspection.
We'll ask that question.
Well,
Anything else?
Bill, you can't just dismiss that statement that way.
Well, the staff's going to
She is going to an issue here that is the process.
I mean, you guys
How
don't
this
get
whole
it.
process.
We went through this at the Krutzberg property with the two humongous houses at the end of our street, the end of the second block of Poplar, and we were told this would never, ever happen again in North Wayne. And we have somebody that basically came in and took a historic home, raised it to the ground, and has built a humongous new house. And you guys have allowed it.
Well, it
And
wasn't.
I don't think you'd feel that way if this was happening next door to you. I think you'd be having a fit. I think you know, whether it's a code or a zoning issue, you basically are saying to every person in this township, look, I'm really sorry. I know we say it's historic, but it's really not. So just tear it down, do what you want. I know our codes and everything's just out of date, but even if we fixed it, we don't have the manpower to enforce it. This is what you're saying over and over again. We don't have enough inspectors. Our code is behind the time. So my question is, who's going to take responsibility? And are you letting commercial builders do this kind of work in this township? I mean, I'm a taxpayer. I had jumped through hoops to just add to my historic home what originally had been there. I had to notify 40 people within my greater neighborhood that this is what I was thinking about doing. Do you have any concerns?
Well, maybe,
do you want to come talk to me? None of this happened.
Yeah.
Nothing. No one knew what was going on till this humongous thing was up. So I think each of you guys need to think about this if it was happening next door to you, and you need to take responsibility.
Thank you.
I can address.
You pointed out that we have taken responsibility
Let Kevin speak.
Absolutely. Notification was not required in this. This did not require land development. This did not require zoning hearing board approval. It required HARB approval. The applicant 2 times proceeded to HARB in accordance with the ordinance requirements. We have roughly 1,300 open building permits that my department is responsible for between 2 full-time inspectors and a third-party consultant. We are not out at every project all the time. We show up when we're asked to do an inspection. In this case, they can have multiple disciplines, framing, heating, ventilation, air conditioning, plumbing, mechanical, all going in simultaneously, and we had not yet been out there, which could be the case. And that is fine, that is appropriate, that is the way things work in the building industry. If and when we come out to do an inspection, if something is not per plan, the applicant will be provided a notification and he will have to correct it, or we will not allow them to proceed to the next step of building. It's pretty straightforward. The application in this case has followed all the rules, has come in and met with staff on numerous occasions, has been advised that if he proceeds outside of HARB approval and ultimately the Commissioner's approval for a certificate of appropriateness, he's doing so at his own risk. And if it's not approved, he will have to remove it.
I view it as the system working correctly, not the system working incorrectly, in that something was done without the proper permit, and before it can be completed, we found out, and the contractor is running the risk of unbuilding it if
Absolutely.
he doesn't have that
In
authority.
fact, we didn't find out about it. The applicant actually came in when he noticed that there were structural issues with the existing walls. The existing building plans for this lot showed the first floor remaining in its entirety except for the rear of the house. There were issues during construction that could not be kept for a variety of reasons. The applicant came in and met with us. The home, as it was originally approved by HARB and approved by you, is the exact same configuration from the exterior of the street as it is under this new construction standpoint. There's no change from the front of the house as it looked previously.
Any other public comment? Yes, sir.
My name is Jonathan Lane. I'm obviously a relative of Barbara Lane. I'm happy to say we share the same address at 224, where we've been for 40 years. I wasn't going to comment on the garage, which is, to me, is a trivial thing, but I wonder why we're having this debate. The heart of the problem here is that the additions to the existing garage will make it more visible from the back, and particularly from Mr. Marshall's property. The present garage has a very low-pitched roof. If that is maintained, it will add something like 6 or 8 inches, maybe a foot, to the height of the building, and having recently been on Mr. Marshall's property, it won't make any real difference. Well, there are other solutions, but that's probably the simplest one. So why is the applicant pushing this thing? The real problem is he wants to make the roof steeper. But can he make a little concession to a neighbor who's deeply concerned about this? I really don't understand why there isn't a simple, practical solution that'll satisfy everybody. I would add that I can see the garage, not just from the street, but from our dining room windows. I can see the little stick out at the back, and I can see the second-story addition. They're all visible from the street, but I don't want to dwell on that too much. What I want to say is that I'm pretty confused by these proceedings. I don't really understand either this proceeding tonight or what I've been able to learn about this project. I think I should be able to understand something about it because I am an architect. And a graduate architect and have been a registered architect for many years. My field has been single-family homes. I designed and built them, running a sort of design-build firm for many years here on the main line and other communities. In addition to our own home, I built 6 houses in Radnor Township. So I should have some sense of what these proceedings are all about, and they, should seem logical to me. But I was, of course, as my neighbors were originally upset by what was being built across the street, which is wildly out of keeping with the neighborhood and for no actual practical purposes. The building mass has been deliberately inflated. I found it very easy in making a little study just to bring the roof way back down so that it would be much closer in scale, particularly with the house to the right. It's just show, and it has no practical function. From that, we tried to get information about what was going on. Really, mainly Jim Higgins led the way, and several of us had some meetings with Mr. Kachansky and so on. And eventually, Jim was able to lay hands on some of the plans, a file which Mr. Kachansky kindly turned over to him. And I've had the opportunity to look at those plans and try and understand the sequence of things. The way I understand it, and I'm standing up here so that people can say, oh, no, you don't have full information. Mr. Kachansky will probably shoot me down. But I think he and I are agreed that the original plans were submitted to the township in early February. They had previously been reviewed by HARB, and they were approved, I believe, on February 28th. At least that's what's on the plans. And the permit stands from that date. And as I understand it, the building permit has never been modified. These are not the plans that you're being asked to look at tonight. As Mr. Kachansky wrote in this little memo to you, the builder came in with a new proposal, apparently in April, going by the drawings, in which he felt that he needed to tear the old building down and build something different. He stayed within the zoning ordinance, very carefully stayed within it, but everything within the building was altered. The room arrangement on the first floor and the second floor were greatly altered. Of course, that massive basement was not in the original plans. It was a new addition to these plans that, as I understand it, are dated from around April 20th and were updated, and these are the ones that we've been looking at tonight. As far as I know, and Mr. Kachansky will probably shoot me down, these are not approved plans. There is nothing on those plans that says that it's been reviewed or approved by Radnor Township. There's nothing in the permit. These have been subject, according to this memo, to a kind of what I regard, on the basis of my long experience in this field, as a very strange, informal approval process in which the builder has met with Mr. Kachansky, they've gone over the thing, and he's been given permission to go ahead, quote unquote, at his own risk. In other words, he's building without a permit. We don't need permits anymore in Radnor Township. Just go to the building department and say, hey, here's what I'd like to build. And they say, oh, well, you know, it's at your own risk, but heavens, we're not going to interfere with you. That is the situation I see. And the meeting tonight, I can't get my mind around it. You're being asked to look at the results of a harbor review of plans which have never been approved, and you are very seriously and gravely debating whether this little change or that slightly bigger change and so on can be made. But the plans are not approved plans.
Sir, we're the approving authority for the plans.
So, have you approved them? That's exactly my point. They never came to you.
We have to have the debate to decide whether we're going to approve
The set of plans that you've been looking at has never been submitted to you. Forgive me, I admitted I didn't understand that they were normally submitted to you. These plans have never been approved by the building department. They are the approving authority at that level.
Now, we approve, Harb reviewed, and we approve a building based on Harb's recommendation. And they have to go and get their building permits and all that and work with their township.
I'm certainly aware of that, sir.
And now in the process of doing that, of building this building with, you know, the problems with the walls and taking the walls down and all, the building department said, you can't do this, expand this garage, and you can't put this addition on because it wasn't part of the original plans. So therefore, you got to go back to Harb, get that approved. Then if the commissioners approve that, then it'll go back and I'll have to get a building permit to do that.
Mr. Spindle, the point I'm trying to make to you is that the plans that have been put before you are unapproved by anybody.
We're approving a concept right now. We're not approving plans. We're approving a concept. He's got to go get his building
My
permit
point
based
is,
on the concept.
the building has been built according to the plans that have been put before you. These are not approved plans.
I think everyone recognizes that the building should not have been built.
No, I'm not saying that either. I'm saying that the building as built does not have any approved plans that are relevant to it. It has the old scheme on February 23rd.
Yeah.
The point is that nobody has checked this building to see that the interior of the building is safe, whatever they do when they check. Let me point out that in these changes, major structural changes have been made involving underpinning the basement, using all kinds of steel and so on. There's been, your building people have not reviewed
Well, they will do all that. What we're trying to
but
decide.
my point is,
what
sir,
we're trying to decide tonight is, should the garage be expanded, and should that second floor be on, so that he can go and work with our building department, get his proper permits, and build a building that's structurally sound and has, you know, all the
But Mr.
things
Spindler,
that we're
he's
supposed to
built
have.
the building without a permit. Doesn't that concern you?
Well, I don't think he could start constructing a building without a permit.
But he did, though.
Did he?
That's why I'm confused. That's exactly, he had a permit for a
I think
different
we're
structure.
stipulating that that should not have happened, and that he's
Well,
doing that, and that if
that-
he doesn't get approval, he's going to have to undo that.
That is not entirely. There is 90% of the building is as it was shown previously. There have been changes that the applicant has come in and met with my staff and reviewed them extensively.
But when he started, didn't he get a permit to start?
Correct. There is an approved permit for this. 90% of the house as it exists today was shown as on that approved plans. In a course of field changes, the applicant would then go back to Harb, get the certificate of appropriate recommendation, come in front of you. You would either approve it, deny it, change it. Then they would submit building plans, and we would issue a new building permit. That's the normal course for any kind of field change. The applicant has followed that course.
They got a building permit, and now they're deviating from what those plans showed that were approved by the commissioners and Harb, and now they come back and they ask for additional approvals, so they get a building permit to build it the way they want.
That's
That's what we
precisely
are.
my point. I agree with you that he's getting approval after he's built the house.
No,
Don't we have
he has an original building permit to build what he was originally approved for. Okay?
And he built something different.
And then he's been working with them, they're building something different. Now, they were told by the township, you have to go back and get Harb approval on the expansion of the garage and that second floor addition. And then once Harb makes a decision, one way or the other, then the commissioners can agree with Harb, but disagree with Harb, depending on what they
Yeah,
do.
but this has nothing to do with the basic issue, which is leave out those additions. Forget about those. The plans that he is presenting are not approved plans. He's built this according to, now, I've disagreed on facts with Kevin Kachansky, and we're going to keep on
Well,
doing
the
this.
fact is, he submitted some plans, we issued a building permit on that. Anything he deviated from that, he can't do unless he revised plans and they're approved.
Mr. Lane, your comments are taken for what they are, and we're going to look at those issues and address those
Well,
issues.
let me just finish.
I appreciate, though, your comments. I
Okay,
do.
thank you, sir. Mr. Kachansky and I disagree on facts. We disagree on how much of the basement remains. I consider the interior of the house at least as important as the exterior. And I consider structural issues above all as paramount in building. These have been altered during the construction process, Mr. Spingler, and they have not been subject to any review. It's Dodge City here. Get a permit, change it as much as you want,
We
and then
will
come back in.
review those issues. But tonight, we're going to decide on Harb whether we want the garage to expand in the second floor. All the other issues, we will resolve. They're administrative issues that we'll resolve with our building inspection department.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I can tell you outside of the additions that required Harb approval, the applicant would have already submitted building plans which would not have gone to Harb and would not have been in front of you, which would have been an internal review and approval. Because of the Harb issue, there's been a delay in that for the applicant to get to Harb. So from that standpoint, it had to follow through the appropriate process in order to get to this point. If there were no Harb approvals or changes that required Harb approval, we would have been dealing with this back in June and July when the applicant first came to us. As regarding the zoning issues, I've made a determination. John Rice has looked at it. I'd advise the neighbors that they have options and that they can appeal my determination and it can go to the zoning hearing board. They have chosen not to do that.
Is there any other public comment? There's no speaking for the audience. Anybody wants to comment, they can come right up here. Anyone want to comment?
Hello, Matt Marshall from 228 Walnut Avenue. I categorically...
I'm sorry, you have to address the commissioner.
Sorry.
Don't look over there.
I have absolutely no record. There's been no notification to the neighbors about appealing the zoning hearing board on this case. There is a precedent in Radnor Township, if you followed North Wayne Avenue. Mr. Bages built his building, keeping 2 structural walls, which was always followed along the ordinances. This house was raised. All the walls were raised on this house. This house has abandoned its nonconformity. There's zoning issues here, but we've not been noticed by the township that we can appeal. Thank you.
Kevin, do we receive a demolition permit on this structure?
As part of the building permit, that process, I couldn't tell you what specifically was submitted or reviewed. I can tell you that the applicant has met with my staff on numerous occasions, every step of the way, every time that there was a change in what the original building permit plans had approved, that the applicant was in here meeting and describing what was going to happen and was given the sign-off to proceed. When things fell outside of the Harb approval, he was told he could proceed. He was proceeding at his own risk, and he had to go through the process. A formal determination has not been requested of the neighbors, nor has one been issued. I've issued a verbal determination. Commissioner Higgins was in on the meeting with that, on multiple meetings, when I've laid out the options for the neighbors. To date, an appeal has not, a zoning determination has not been requested formally, so there would be nothing to appeal.
Kevin, I have one more question while I'm speaking to you.
Sit down.
There was a comment made that someone could build a shed in their backyard, a very large shed. I find that impossible to believe because the new shed would be subject to all the existing setbacks for that zoning district, because it's not an existing condition. It's not a non-conforming existing condition. So, if someone were to decide to build a shed in their backyard, they're subject to all the setbacks and the impervious limits. Is this correct?
Yeah.
Correct. There are some extenuating circumstances where I have seen zoning hearing board decisions review the setback as a dimensional requirement, and as long as you stay within that dimensional requirement, you're entitled to build up to that dimensional line, and it's not a structure issue.
But on this parcel, that would be, what, 15 feet?
10 feet. I'd have to look specifically in the code, but it could be, it's generally 10 feet, no more than 10 feet. It goes down from there as you get into some of the
But the existing nonconformity is much closer than that to the property line?
I don't recall what it was. One of the points of clarification we were waiting on the revised site plan, which is yet to be submitted pending the results of tonight, was dimensions for that. That was one of the comments I had back to the engineer.
Okay, thanks.
And I have a further question. Kevin, the discussion at Harb for the reason for not approving the modified rear of the building, did it fall along the lines of the architecture of the addition, or did it fall along the lines of the massing of the addition?
From my recollection, there was not a lot of discussion on the architecture. It was, from what I remember, massing.
So, okay, very good. Thank you.
Any other member of the public have anything to say?
I want to make a motion.
Wait a minute, we're still waiting here for the
sorry.
public.
Jean LaRouche, 228 Poplar Avenue. We've lived in our house a long time, like the Lanes. We moved there because it was an old house. We watched what is lovingly called in our neighborhood the garage house go up, which is essentially a driveway with 2 garages and a house behind. We watched with dismay when the Kritzberg property was turned into 2 houses, and Stu, who's here tonight, fought that like crazy. There was nothing to be done, but as Connie said, Harb was created. We said, my goodness, the township really cares about this historic district. The township recognizes that this is a very special area to preserve. And I see a lot of infill that's been done down in South Wayne, some lovely homes that have been put in. They look a little bit like the rest of the neighborhood. We watched the Harb meeting when the first presentation was made. And I think one of the things that happened, we saw the house, and I said, geez, he could have made it look a little bit like the neighborhood, but it's okay. But you only saw a plan. You didn't see a house on the property. And I suspect nobody here except for Jim has had a chance to actually see the house on the property. And if you were to stand, none of these pictures, even this one, do not in any way give you any idea about what that house looks like. It is very big. Thank you for cedar strakes. That's going to make it look a little bit better. The porch makes it a little bit better. But it was a box. It had nothing to do with the neighborhood. So I think the only thing that really is painful in this whole thing is the process has been messy. The fact that Connie wants to enclose a back porch, and she goes through all this nonsense or good thing of letting everybody know. Here we have somebody who raises the property. Not a single property owner nearby is told about it. And for a long time, there was the little fig leaf of the front of the house kind of standing there in the wind. And then all of a sudden it came down and we saw, whew, what a big house. So I hope no matter what you vote tonight, that you'll, for the sake of North Wayne and South Wayne, that you go out and take a look at what is on this property. It's a small piece of land. It was a little house. It's a giant. It is taller than the house next to it, which is a tall house. It's the tallest house on the block. It's the biggest house on the block. So I hope at some point that you will at least look at this. So if this happens again in our neighborhood, we have one more house that could be taken down, that there's some experience ratio. So the process certainly needs somebody to look at it, make it move a little more smoothly. Thank you.
Any other member of the public?
So,
Do you have any additional comments you want to make?
Follow-up comment, I'll be ever brief. There have been a couple of factual statements that I think warrant correction. The height of the home that Mr. Wynn is renovating and rebuilding here is consistent with the house to the west. It is not the tallest building on the street. It is not the biggest building on the street. It is a house that's consistent with the street. The reason why the tarp is there is not for to hide anything. In fact, quite the contrary, as Mr. Kachansky pointed out, and as Mr. Wynn has been informing me throughout the comments. Mr. Wynn frankly should be commended. He has come to the township at every turn. He has brought his revised plans to the township. He's met with the township. He's done what the township staff asked of him. When we were about to go to Harb, and township staff said, can you just stop working for a few days so that we can get to Harb and we can get all this ironed out. Mr. Nguyen agreed to do that and stopped working voluntarily for a few days. So I don't think there's any need to demonize Mr. Nguyen. You may disagree, members of the public, with what Mr. Nguyen has proposed in terms of change to the building from what these commissioners already approved, but that is no reason to demonize him. And likewise, Mr. Higgins, with all due respect, Mr. Nguyen is one of your constituents as well, and he has reached out to you on a number of occasions. Sorry, Mr. Higgins, Mr. Nguyen has reached out to you on a number of occasions, and to my understanding has not been contacted or spoken to in a way that would reflect the impartiality that one would expect from their elected representative. With regard to this entire process, I don't disagree that hard processes can be messy, but they can be subjective as well, and that's what this is. But I do not think, and I won't go through all of my original comments again, but I do think I would be remiss if I didn't point out to you, however you feel substantively, that nobody should leave this room with the impression that Mr. Nguyen has attempted to pull one over on the township, has attempted to go beyond the township's back. Indeed, Mr. Nguyen had building permit plans approved, permits issued, conditions arose during construction. He came in and he spoke to your staff. He did exactly what your staff asked him to do. He came back and did several things that Harb originally requested him to do, and of his own volition now has said, yes, we can do those. And the only things that we're here discussing tonight are the porch, the garage, and the second story over what was originally approved.
Well,
everything else, as Mr. Kachansky said, was already approved, is permitted, and has been inspected. It is entirely factually incorrect to suggest that inspectors haven't been to this site. So the decision will come as it is. We've made our presentation. You've heard from the neighbors. I would submit to you that we've presented plans, we've presented fact, and I would ask you to make your decisions based on those factors. Thank you very much.
Well, it seems that everyone appreciates the porch. The garage, is there any way, like Mr. Lane said, that you could lower the roof on that and soften that to make it?
We certainly could, yes. Mr. Nguyen has.
Let me hear, Mr. Nguyen, how could you do that, based on Mr. Lane's comments, to make it less intrusive to the neighbors?
I'd be more than happy to change the pitch and lower the pitch of the garage if that made the neighbors or helped with the situation. As Mr. Gill had said, none of these problems had ever been. I've never been addressed by them except to be demonized in front of the board this evening. I would be more than happy to work to try to come to some compromise on certain situations, and I feel that I've done everything that I've been asked to do with this project. So if the roof line, if the pitch of the roof, the reason that it was the height that it is, to keep it consistent with the roof next door and keep it consistent with the roof of the house. If a lower pitch makes it easier and better, then I'd be more than happy to do that.
And how about the second floor addition? What's that all about, that little second floor?
Well, the second floor addition was, when I first started the project, I didn't have a buyer for the house. I had since have a buyer, and they made some changes, and one of the changes was making the dormer out of the back to incorporate a master bathroom. So that's all that that dormer is, in fact.
Any other commissioners, any questions?
I mean, if we made changes, would that trigger it to going back to Harb?
No, we don't have to go back to Harb.
Is that correct? Does anybody disagree with Bill's?
Under the ordinance, you can approve or deny, you can approve it, and authorize certificate of appropriateness with modifications.
Very well. So we can do what Bill
Yes.
said. We could
Yes.
soften the pitch of the roof, and it doesn't trigger it going back to Harb.
Right.
All right. Well, is there any suggestion on pitch
Well,
of the roof?
my issue is that, the garage, there's already a garage there, I mean, they're just asking for a normal garage where you can put a lawnmower and an air conditioner and, a snow blower and a rake and things that you're going to lose. And if if they don't get that addition, then they're going to build a shed somewhere, which they can do anywhere in the back of the property. And I don't know whether we can work with you to lower the pitch of the garage, whether that would help if the builder sat with you and lowered the pitch of the garage, whether that would help you or not. But again, as I say, it's a zoning matter, what you can build on a property. You have a right to build on your property according to our zoning, and this meets our zoning. And for someone...
It's more than that. You have
No.
it's a
No.
historic property that you have
It's
to
not,
get approval.
when was this property built? Was it built in 1897?
It's in a historic district.
It's in a historic district, I understand that, but we're dealing with a building that was built in 1940s or 1950s. We're not, and when I voted for Harb, I was here to vote for Harb, and we wanted to make sure our Victorians weren't torn down, and if they were remodeled, that we could keep the historic nature of our Victorian houses in North and South Wayne. And there are houses that are there that, I think of a ranch house on the corner of Poplar and all. That might change in the future. Does that ranch house have to stay there? It was built in 1960. I mean, people have a right to develop their property, and he's putting a property here that is going to be a lot. It's massive for that property, but the zoning permits him to do that. But the angles and the roofs and all fits more in the neighborhood than what was there before. But I think Harb to make a decision that you can't expand the garage with zoning permits, and that you can't put a second floor addition, you square off the back of the building because it's too massive. I think that is, if the zoning permits it, they might change the configuration or something of it, but I think he has a right to build as much house as he can on that property. And Harb can change maybe some angles or something, or the way something's done, but just to say you can't put on a second floor addition and you can't expand your garage, I think oversteps their bounds. There's zoning issues, how big the house can be. I mean, look at the house they built down on Walnut Avenue there, that $10 million house.
Can I put a motion on the table?
Sure.
Well, let's do them 1, 2, 3. Three
Right.
separate motions would be my
I'm going to jump to 2012-17C. I want to move to uphold the Harb decision 2012-17C, which is to deny the increase in the existing garage.
Second.
We don't have a copy.
All right, let's not debate it.
I'm not debating. I'm just saying we don't have a copy of.
Microphone, John.
We do not have a copy of 2012-17C in our packet that I can see.
I did not provide a copy. The recommendation was for denial, so we wouldn't issue a certificate.
I'm just making a comment that we don't have that in front of us.
Right, I second it, and I really like the suggestion of going and working with the neighbors and maybe getting some advice from Harb to readdress the pitch. Maybe you can find some happy medium here. I do not think this board is qualified to give you those parameters tonight, so I will go ahead and vote to deny what has been proposed according to Harb's suggestion. And I just want to say, I appreciate the advocacy that you have had tonight. We all recognize that this is subjective, and you have a totally legitimate viewpoint of what is appropriate. But I find Harb's finding completely reasonable. There is absolutely nothing in their finding that suggests to me that they were ill-informed or it was an ill-informed decision. So I'm deferring to it. But with that vote, I encourage you to readdress it, the pitch, and try and come up with a happy medium.
There's going to be a garage on this property, right?
I believe the applicant will be keeping the existing garage.
No, we're having a discussion. So he's going to keep the garage. Can he raise the pitch on that garage? Did they say how high? Did they approve the garage with the higher pitch?
The modifications to the garage were denied in whole from Harb. So the discussion of changing the pitch was not entered into.
Okay.
If that is something that the board wanted to tonight to modify the Harb decision to match the existing pitch, you would have that within your right per the ordinance to do that, and it would not have to go back to Harb.
But, so he has a small garage. You can't build a bigger garage with a bigger pitch, higher roof and all.
If it's determined that that falls within the purview of Harb, and that's your determination and your decision, then any changes to the garage would have to go back through Harb.
All right, well.
Okay,
But we have a right to change the.
Yeah, well,
We have a right to
That's what
recommend
I
a
feel.
change.
I feel that he has the right, that we're overstepping our bounds as
I feel the same.
commissioners and as the Harb to tell somebody that there's an existing garage there and they cannot build a garage in conforming with our zoning. That as long as it conforms with our zoning, to say no, you cannot build a garage. I think that's way overstepping Harb and overstepping the commissioners. That's why we have zoning, and I think if they go to court, a court would overrule it. But
So I think we're overstepping too, and I think we have to be worried that this is the second time that we need these accessory structures. If we're going to preserve these beautiful buildings, we have to have these accessory structures, and they have to be allowed to be modern. So I'm going to vote against the motion.
So I'll be voting in favor of the motion, since I made the motion. I just make a comment that the Harb has a perfect right to uphold the integrity of the neighborhood and the context of this property within the neighborhood. And that includes 3 dimensions, not just 1 dimension, not 2, all 3 dimensions. So if the Harb came to the decision that this increase in the volume of the garage was inappropriate, then I'm going to support that. I'm also concerned with the impact of the view shed of the neighbors, and clearly this larger garage would have an impact. And I'm not worried about the other red herrings that were thrown at us about large sheds and all this other stuff. You know what, maybe a compromise will come up where the garage can be increased slightly, the roof pitch being consistent with the neighborhood, and also the height consistent. But I'm definitely voting against this.
all right.
If I may, we'll respectfully withdraw the application vis-a-vis the garage. So the commission, I'm sorry, the Board of Commissioners need not vote on that issue.
The board needs to vote on it. Under your code, you need to vote on it one way or another, so.
We will withdraw the applications.
Well, anyway, I'm going to vote also to support the Harb position, but encourage you to work with the neighbors. I'm sure you can come up with a solution. Matt, I think.
The township would be welcoming new.
Sorry, you can't speak from the audience. You got to come to the mic.
I can't speak for all the neighbors, but I would welcome any type of collaboration with Mr. Nguyen in terms of discussing what is coming after it's been approved. I mean, my concern, candidly, is what you're looking at this picture, which is a structure that Harb has basically recommended that not be built.
Well, we're
and
not
that you
voting
have-
on
We're voting on the
We're not
garage.
voting on that.
We'll talk about the garage.
Okay.
You can talk about that later. How
But
about
let's
the
make
garage?
sure we have plans before we make
Yeah,
any
that'll be about 2
modifications.
minutes from now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Call the vote, Bill.
I'm going to vote for. I'm going to vote for the motion, but I'm going to reserve my statement until the other 2 matters are moved and seconded and discussed.
All right, I'll call the motion.
Look, I agree with Bill, I agree with Don. He complies with all the zoning. This is a huge infringement on his own personal property rights, and people are just trying to take that from him.
I call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. All right, it passes 4-3. All right, why don't we do the
Let's do
increase in
A.
size? Let's do the front porch. John, do the front porch.
Yeah, I move the approval, acceptance of Harb Certificate of Appropriateness 2012-17A.
Don, why don't you second it?
Second.
Okay, any discussion, public discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that passes 7-0.
I will move that we accept Harb Certificate of Appropriateness 2012-17B with the conditions.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Public comment? Commissioner comment?
So for me, it's the same way. I think
Yeah.
we're stepping over where we should.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I feel that under zoning, they have a right to put this addition on, and I don't think that it has anything to do with the architecture of the building. I think it's just mass, and that's not the preview of the Harb to tell us how big a building we can build, and that's what zoning does. They tell us about the architecture of the building and how it should be angled, and if they want to discuss the architecture of that addition, that's in their preview, but just to say, it's too big, that is not what Harb's supposed to do, and that's what the commissioners are not supposed to do either. That's what our zoning laws are for, and we have a
Well,
process to change our zoning.
If everybody's finished, I'd like to.
Now, we're going to vote on this one?
Well, I'd like to make a statement on the whole process.
You want to do it after the vote?
Okay.
All right. All those in favor? Well, it's not going to change the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Nay. All right, passes 4-3.
All right, well, first of all, Bill, I think Elaine, Commissioner Schaefer stated it properly, that HARB, we have to give great deference to HARB's judgment. They have experts, Cam Lacey, Beverly Barnes, Mr. Jazina, and it's not on our place to overrule it. Second of all, this is to Mr. Gill. You did a wonderful job for your client tonight, and so I commend you. But if your client had approached the neighbors early in the process, I don't think we would have this acrimony. I think he would have presented something to our board and to HARB that was in keeping with the neighborhood. What he's done now is created a house that's totally out of scale, totally out of keeping with the neighborhood. And that's why you have 11 people here tonight up in arms over this issue. Basically, he ignored the neighbors. He didn't go to the neighbors. He could have come to me. I do represent Mr. Wynn. He could have come to me, and I would have been the bridge to the neighbors to work things out. But I think it's a little bit late to do that. Why he didn't do that, I don't know. It looks to me like the profit motive governed everything here. He wanted to build a very large house to maximize his profit, and it's unfortunate. Secondly, the process here didn't work well. As Mrs. LaRouche mentioned, Mrs. Enochs mentioned, there was no notice to the neighbors as to what was going on here. Our architect, Mr. Lane, pointed out that we had plans that were allowed to go through the process here in the township without a formal amendment to the building permit. There's some sort of a process that was allowed to take place where the plans would be presented and somebody would look at them and an okay was given, but it's all at your risk. And I don't think that's the way it should work. I think we need to look at our code to decide whether we should formally amend the process whereby something like this could happen. A building permit to build A, B, and C is issued. He's not going to build A, B, and C, but he's going to build A through Z, which is entirely different, radically different than what he originally proposed, with the neighbors having no say and the township officially not having any formal input.
Jim, you're not being fair. You're not being fair.
Go ahead.
You're not being fair. The gentleman came before, came with a set of plans. The township told him he had to go to HARB. He went to HARB. HARB approved it, and we approved it. He went back to the township with the plans. He got a building permit to build according to those plans. And then, as he wanted to deviate, he came to the township and said, I'm changing these plans. And the township said, you can't do that unless you go to HARB, because that wasn't approved. So they sent him back to HARB, and that's where we are. So
I'm not criticizing.
You're attacking the township is acting like we didn't do anything.
I'm not criticizing the applicant. I'm saying that
you're criticizing the township.
The process, our code, the process needs reform. Process needs to be fixed. We need to amend our zoning code. We have to get our hands around, or arms around, the concept of massing. You can build as much as you want over the airspace, in the airspace above the perimeter of the property. We need to redefine the definition of building or structure. And this is in 280-101B1. John Rice and I have talked about it, that you can raise a building and leave 3 foundation walls only at grade level and come within the concept of building or structure so as to entitle you to take advantage of the non-conforming structure or use in our zoning code. We need to redefine what a building or structure is. Those are my comments. We had a problem with the process here. Our code is deficient, and I think, with all due respect to Mr. Wynn, if he had tried to work with the neighbors, that he wouldn't have been put in this position.
Comment.
Mr. Higgins, I think your comments are outrageous.
Wait, whoa, that's not your comment. Your comment is addressing something specific to the board. You're not going to attack the
I
commissioner.
apologize. I'm
Okay.
just after being under attack for the
Okay, all
last
right, well,
2
then
hours.
sit down and work with the staff, and they'll work with you.
Well,
on the
I understand.
Okay.
My comments are that I contacted Mr. Higgins at the very first moment that I understood that there
Yeah,
was
well,
some
we don't
sort
want a
of...
discussion about you and Mr. Higgins,
No,
okay?
I'm having a discussion. I'm having a discussion about the board. I contacted my commissioner when I first heard that there was upset neighbors. I've gone to each of the neighbors. Two of them that
No comment.
I've gone to the neighbors. Mr. Marshall saw the plans before they were even approved. I went to the neighbors and tried to contact. I went to Mr. Lane's house on 3 separate occasions because I realized that he had a problem. He wouldn't even come to the door to discuss them with me. I have gone to the neighbors once I found out that there was any sort of problem to try to come to some sort of before when. And
Well, let's just cut to the chase. Here's where we are now. You got turned down those 2 things.
And I
If you
understand
want anything like that, you contact Commissioner Higgins, meet with the neighbors, and if you can work something out, it'd be great. If you can't, you can't.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate it, sir.
Appreciate you building a new house in our community. That's it, we're done. Okay, thank you. No, you're done. You're done. You're done. You're done. We're done. We're done. Thank you.
All right, what's next on the agenda?
You ready,
Next
Don?
is Resolution 2012-91, so I suspect somebody who is going to vote in favor of this should make this motion.
Okay, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second? I'll second it.
Yeah, I
Any
voted against it
discussion?
in preliminary, so I'm going to vote
Any
against it.
discussion?
Yeah, I'll be voting against it because I also voted against it in preliminary. I just think it's too much density for this site, but otherwise, that's it. It'll pass.
Okay.
I had just one technical question about Exhibit A. There was one issue that didn't look like we had an answer to, and it was number 3 under general comments. This is on the letter from Gilmore from August 2nd. And it says the applicant must obtain a highway occupancy permit for the proposed sidewalk along Lancaster Avenue. And there's no commentary as to whether that was completed.
Yes, ma'am. It has been received.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thanks.
All right, public comment? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, it passes 5-2. Next item?
Thanks for your time tonight, Tom.
Item is a discussion item for 615 Newtown Road.
You were the very last at Planning Commission too, weren't you?
Yes.
Maybe it's you, George.
We're just going to load up some exhibits. We'll try to be brief. For the record, I'm George Brosman. I represent 615 Newtown Road Associates LP. That entity is the equitable owner of the property at 615 Newtown Road by virtue of an agreement of sale that they have with the estate that owns the property. This property is down a little ways from Ardrossan. The principals of 615 Newtown Road Associates are Alex Waziloff, who's a township resident, who's
over here.
He moved. He's over there. And Jim Gorman, who is his partner, who couldn't be with us this evening. Also, I have Pat Stewart, who's bringing up some of our exhibits. He's with Joe Orsatti, who are the landscape architects and planners for this project. We're here this evening, as Commissioner Schaefer indicated, we were at the Planning Commission on August 6th for discussion. We also wanted to bring this before you briefly for discussion. We're in the process of preparing a subdivision plan, so we wanted to show this to you first as a sketch and get some input from you, as we did with the Planning Commission.
George, just for the public who may know it by the other name, this is the Atterbury property, right?
Yes, the owner of the property is the Atterbury Estate. That's correct. So what we have up on the board here, we have an aerial exhibit of the area, and we've superimposed a sketch plan that we'll be talking to you tonight on the property in question. This is Newtown Road up here at the top. This is Sproul Road or Route 320 that bisects the property on the right, the blue route further off to the right. Our Drossen would be over here off the screen to the left. We have a sketch plan for 8 homes on this tract. That's 13.6 acres. And in doing this sketch, we've worked a lot with our planners and a lot with your staff already for many months to try to come up with this sketch, something that would be sensitive to the landscape. We have identified certain modifications of the subdivision and land development ordinance that we want to talk to you about. The key points with these modifications are, number one, we believe they will allow for a better plan. I think that's the most important part. And secondly, we've confirmed with Kevin Kachansky that we believe that if we get these modifications, they are not being used to increase the number of lots that we could get on this property.
I'm sorry, we're dealing with this lot. The original subdivision that we approved was never filed or anything, so
That's
we
correct.
don't have to deal with that at all.
It was not recorded
Okay, so we're not
at the
dealing
county.
with... Okay,
Correct.
Thank you.
The modifications that we've identified are basically 2 at this point. There may be more as we come forward, but 2 that we've uncovered with a pretty careful study. One is we're proposing a cul-de-sac to come off of Newtown Road to service these lots. And under the ordinance, whether that is a private or a public road, that requires a 60 feet wide right-of-way. What the site has and what Pat will go into detail is it has this stream corridor here with a floodplain and a riparian buffer, and it has slopes and trees that we're trying to preserve along Newtown Road. That's kind of the public view of the property. So what we're trying to do with the modifications we're looking for is to pull everything in away from the stream, in away from Newtown Road, clustered around this road that we want to build. The standards in the ordinance with a very wide right-of-way, 60 feet, are forcing us to do just the opposite, push everything out towards the stream, out toward the road. So this waiver that we have identified and that we'll be seeking, better termed a modification, we're going to try to reduce the right-of-way of the road from 60 feet to something less. We presented to the Planning Commission a scenario of a public road with a 40 feet wide right-of-way, and the Planning Commission supported that unanimously and formally. And they suggested to us, why don't you do more to bring the houses closer to the road? So we're exploring that further. We have 2 other ways we can do it. We can reduce the right-of-way even more from the 40 feet we had proposed down to something less. If we go with a private road, it's my understanding that the township would be less concerned about what the right-of-way width is. So if we make it a private road, we think we could probably justify even a smaller right-of-way. Secondly, we're considering, in combination with that, going to the zoning board to ask for a variance from the front yard setbacks, because as I talked about, there's a 60 feet wide road right-of-way that pushes everything back. There's also a 60-foot wide setback, front yard setback, that runs from wherever the right-of-way is established. So it's a combination of those 2 things, a right-of-way width and a front yard setback that is pushing things toward these natural features. The other thing it does that I should point out is there's an old historic estate house. It's been there for well over 100 years, I'm told even longer than that. If we provide the 60-foot setback and the 60 feet right-of-way, that house would have to come down. So that's another justification for these modifications we're seeking, or will be seeking. The other thing that we've noticed is that in the R1 zone, a minor collector road like Newtown Road needs a sidewalk. The cul-de-sac does not, but the minor collector does. In the prior subdivision plan that Mr. Spingler made reference to, a waiver was granted to not put in the sidewalk. In lieu of that, it was more like a modification, I should say, that there was provision made that a path would go along there, a path that would be open to the public. We would be seeking to do that same thing. We think a path is more appropriate for a couple of reasons. One, it'll be more in keeping with that character, that stretch of the road. It's kind of a rural feeling. And 2, it'll allow us to meander through the trees and things there better. So we would be proposing the same kind of path that was proposed, but technically that would require a waiver not to put in a code-compliant sidewalk. With that introduction, I'm going to have Alex Wazaloff address you briefly, tell you what he's trying to accomplish here, and then Pat will run through some of the sketch plans.
I know it's late, so I will try to be brief. My name is Alex Wazaloff. My wife Jane and I have been residents of Radnor for the last 13 years. We built a house 13 years ago off of Newtown Road on part of the Ardrossan estate. We've raised 3 kids, all of which have gone off in different directions, and we find ourselves as empty nesters. We have this huge home that we no longer need. It belongs to a family that has kids in their house, kids in their lives, and we need to downsize and move into the next stage of our lives. So unlike others, we're not trying to build bigger, we're trying to build smaller. However, we're looking for a solution that provides us the same amenities that we have in our larger homes in a smaller home. The same comfort levels that we've built in our larger homes in smaller homes, in an environment that is environmentally friendly and in a location where we want to live. We want to live in Radnor, and we haven't been able to find what we're looking for in existence today. So my friend Jim and I were driving down the street one day. We saw the for sale sign. We pulled in and absolutely fell in love with this property. The heritage trees, the original farmhouse, its location, it's absolutely spectacular. It surprised us that it's been sitting on the market for 4 years. Nobody was willing to buy all 13 and a half acres for a single residence. The owners had been trying to market it, and I think have proposed some plans for you to break it up into 4 lots and build 4 large houses on 4 lots. There doesn't seem to be an appetite for that type of build in today's market. Anyway, we looked at it and we said, perfect. If we could build 8 cottage homes here for ourselves and for our friends, all of which want to do the same thing, this is an absolutely spectacular piece of property to do that. And that's what we engaged landscape architects, engineering firms, lawyers to help us work through the process. We're not developers. We're trying to build a place to live. We're trying to build a home for the next stage of our lives. We're excited about doing this. We hope we get your support. The Planning Commission was very supportive. Of course, it was about the same time of night and they were tired, but we're just looking for some direction to help us get through the next steps so we could do this the right way. We sent out 120 invitations to our neighbors. We had a meeting, invited all of them to that meeting. We had about 20 people show up. A few concerns were raised, all of which we addressed. When we went in front of the Planning Commission, we actually had 2 neighbors come and speak in favor of our project. One asked that we be a little bit more respectful of the stream area, which we will be. So we're trying to do all the right things. We don't want to end up in front of you in a 2-hour meeting some point in time in the future. So we're asking for your support. Tell us what we need to do. If there's something about our plans you don't like, let us know now. We've been working very closely with the staff at the Township. They've been great. You know, we think this is really good for the neighborhood. By the way, we have 5 of the lots committed to already, 5 out of the 8. We just got a commitment on the farmhouse over the weekend. So, you know, our vision is falling on very receptive ears. We have 2 lots left to commit, and hopefully we get through the process with the Township that allows us to move forward. We hope you like our plan, and please steer us in the right direction.
I just had a question, and maybe it's not relevant where we are. The upper, at least from my looking at, the upper right corner, it almost looks like there's a building there?
Yes, there is. There is a caretaker's cottage on that building, and the last time the 4-lot subdivision plan was put in front of you, there was an agreement to take the kitchen out of that building, which we would also do, but leave it as an accessory structure for lot number 4.
Okay, so that would be part of lot number 4.
Correct.
Okay.
And Patrick will go through this, but the piece of land on the other side of Sproul Road there is, we understand that it probably wouldn't make sense for the township to own it. Maybe the Radnor Conservancy would want it, but we certainly would want to make it available to the township for any stormwater management issues that you might have in the future.
Thank you.
Don, are you doing this under modified density?
It's not 20 acres.
Oh, it's not.
We're using lot averaging, and we've reviewed that with Kevin, and got an informal review from Gilmore, so we think that the yield that we have is acceptable.
Also, and I would recommend you check Laurier, the width of the street, the cartway's there.
Okay.
My sense oh, did you want us to respond?
Yeah, why don't you let him, why don't we complete, then we
realize-
ask question. Let him complete their presentation.
Good evening, I'm Patrick Stewart from Rosati and Associates, and these are just a couple images of the existing estate home that exists on the property today. These are some preliminary images of the type of homes that they wish to construct. They're trying to keep the roof lines the same with the existing estate home and have an architecture that blends together with it.
Right. Trayburn.
That's the view of the existing cottage that we were just speaking about a few minutes ago. That's the view. The site is to the left along Newtown Road there. Another shot of the cottage coming in the driveway, the existing driveway that's there today. There's some of the heritage trees that exist along the existing driveway. Quite spectacular. Now you're coming around to the existing estate home there. That's a view from the stream looking up at the estate home. These are a view of some of the existing evergreen trees that surround the property that we're trying to pull away from. That's the Van Leer's Run that runs through the southern portion of the site. And these are some of the trees behind the existing estate home that are 60, 70 inches in caliber. Another view along Newtown Road. So all these images show you the reason why we're trying to pull away from these natural features and cluster this. The density modification we originally looked at does allow a reduction in your front yard, but the lot averaging does not. It allows for a smaller lot size. You can go to 3/4 of an acre, and your building width can go from 120 to 90, but that doesn't help us pull the development into the road that we've proposed. So that is the reason why we're seeking the reduction in the right-of-way width, and we may explore reducing the front yard setback. We haven't made that determination yet, but this is an enlargement of the site context plan we showed you earlier, and up along Newtown Road, you can see the red area is a bank of steep slopes. We obviously cannot disturb those, and we'd like to pull it further away from there to be away from those areas. This red area here is the steep slopes that exist along that existing driveway, and we're trying to avoid that. There's some trees in there that we're going to stay away from. The cottage is up here. There's an existing driveway that serves that cottage. The plan is to leave that in place. The pathway along Newtown Road, we had a meeting with your staff on Friday. We talked about a gravel pathway. That was what was previously proposed. They had some concerns over making sure that it was stabilized, and we will look into that, some kind of edging that the gravel won't be washed away in storm events. One of the other issues that came up at that meeting was along Newtown Road, the existing right-of-way as it exists today is only 33 feet. Your ordinance requires a 60-foot right-of-way for that roadway. That will also push, it will make the setback larger along Newtown Road. The front yard setback is now on this sketch shown off the 33-foot right-of-way. If it's based off a 60-foot, it will increase this setback line that you see along here for these houses. It doesn't really affect the plan. It does affect Lot 1. It's only 12 or 13 feet. We don't think it's going to be an issue, but I think that's all the more reason to support a waiver to reduce the right-of-way along here. We're really trying to respect these features that exist along Newtown Road. And as you drive Newtown Road today, there's a slight berm there. And with the trees, you really wouldn't. We've done a cross-section. I'll just show you briefly. It's very rough. So the 60-foot right-of-way is shown here, and there's a 60-foot setback. If we went with the 40-foot right-of-way, we can move the houses 10 foot closer on either side of the road, closer to the roadway. Helps slightly, but I think the Planning Commission recognized that even a further reduction in the waiver and possibly seeking a reduction in the front yard setback would help to greater preserve some of the existing trees and natural features that are out there. That's pretty much all I have.
I have to say this property is stunning. I don't blame you for wanting to move there and live there. In my prior life, I worked for land trust, local land trust, and I tried so hard to get Mr. Atterbury to put a conservation easement on this piece of property. Almost got there, but alas, he did not. And so obviously it's going to be developed. If it is going to be developed, which it is, I am pleased to see the use of, some clustering. I'm sorry that our density modification doesn't suit this property, but I think we can probably get close to the same result with waivers, but you may end up in zoning. The natural features on this property are incredible, as you know. So one of the things when I was listening to the Planning Commission discussion, when this comes before us with a real plan that I would want to just put in now so that you're thinking about it, is that some of the protections and the things you're setting up now to protect those features, to the extent you can make those permanent protections, it's much more palatable. You're going to be responsible landowners, and you're not going to try to go right up to the riparian buffer, but eventually you all are going to sell this property. And it's important to permanently protect the features that are there as much as you can, and the more that you can do that, the more appealing this plan will be. The estate home that's there now, is that in relatively good condition at this point, or is it going to be a big investment for someone?
Yeah, no,
You got to stand up.
If you see the house from the outside, it looks like it's in disrepair, but the inside of the house is actually in much better shape than the outside of the house. We had the roof examined the other day, and the roof is actually in great shape. There's a lot of moss on it that you have to take off. So I think as new owners, I think the only thing that people want to do outside of preserving what's there is maybe trying to get a little bit bigger garage out of it. It's a very tiny garage for a house that size. But okay.
And you have someone who's interested in doing that renovation?
Yeah, as of Sunday.
Okay, great. What is going to be the price?
By the way, we have an architect for the neighborhood that will oversee the development of all the plans as well as the reconstruction on the main house, so that we have a common flavor of what everything looks like.
Is there going to be an HOA?
There will be, particularly if there's a private road.
Now, the parts of the property that have the natural feature, particularly the stream and the stream across the road, will those be HOA held or individual property owners?
No, well, I'm not really sure. The property across the road, we would prefer to give to a conservancy or at least give it some kind of give the township some kind of access to it for stormwater. In terms of whether that ends up being part of the HOA, I guess it may have to be. We haven't gotten there yet.
She was talking about the bottom stream.
Well,
Yeah.
and that stream as well.
That is all under floodplain.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing you can build there. So it's
you
just a
can't build a
piece of
home
land
there,
that can
but-
never, pardon me?
You can't build a home there, but eventually,
Well, we'd be willing to do whatever you would like us to do
Well,
with
I mean,
that
I
piece
think
of
the point she's
property.
trying to make is if the stream thing was part of the HOA, then everyone would have a say in what happens there and be less difficult to, put walkways through the floodplain and
Tennis
things like that,
sport courts.
Yeah, so it's just something to consider when
Okay.
you're property.
Commissioners, there could be some problems with the lot averaging with pulling that area
Oh,
out
okay.
into one parcel.
Okay.
But a conservation easement could be put from the northern side of the stream south, and that entire area could be conservation easement that is owned that's owned by the individual property owners, but is maintained by the HOA.
I guess the best thing to do then was to delineate as much riparian buffer as you can so that nothing can be built in there,
Okay.
We're done with that. And is that a steep slope going across the road? Did they get a waiver before on that steep slope going across the road there?
Correct. It was a determination from the township engineer at the time that there was no other viable alternative, and there is that provision in the zoning code, and the location of this crossing is in the same general location as that was. So we had looked at that, township engineer had looked at that and determined that there's no other viable alternative. Moving it further south would have adversely impacted the existing homestead there.
Yeah. So we approved that in the other subdivision?
Correct.
Yeah. And tell me, what's your position on the private road versus the public road? No, Kevin, do you have?
I think that from a standpoint of achieving some smaller setbacks without having to go to zoning, it's a good idea. I know they were looking at doing some stormwater management underneath the cul-de-sac. Whenever you're doing that, I would defer to Steve on those issues, but it makes sense not to have that in township possession. There's
And
advantages and disadvantages to both.
And they be responsible for plowing. Because I think the idea of moving the road, houses as close to the road and away from the other road, I think that's great, I mean, the setbacks are, we set them, but for this piece of ground, if we could get those houses as close to the road as we can and leave as much open as we can, that'd be great. Thank you.
Do you have an idea of how many, or if you have to remove any heritage trees for this configuration that you?
We are currently going through an audit. We hired who did we hire? Arborist, but somebody I think that the township knows, right? Don? John Hosback, he's doing an audit of all the trees, checking their health. As best as we can tell now, we may need to lose 2 trees for the road, but that's about it.
Any other commissioner comment?
Yeah, I have a few. So just in general for modifications or waivers, I'd want to see them tied to the peculiarity of the land, which you did make that argument tonight with all the waivers that you wanted. Some foundation and planning, and then no increase in the negatives that we typically see that upset people with subdivision processes. So that part seems under control. The right-of-way of the street, I'm generally receptive to that because the 60-foot right-of-way is probably not necessary for a situation like that. I'd like to see sidewalks in the housing area. I'm just partial to sidewalks. I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but I would even give thought to, I think they're going to add value to the individual properties. Even the 8 people who live, or the 8 families who live there will use them, so give thought to that. It doesn't seem like they're in this plan, is that correct?
They are not in our current plan, no.
And the, was the path a sort of a trade-off for the sidewalks? Is that?
It was my understanding, we accepted the path just because it was approved in the last plan. It's my understanding there was not a request for sidewalks. Well, it was a different plan, so there wouldn't have been. I don't know, we haven't really talked about it. We'll take a look at it.
Under the ordinance, and you're not talking about the ordinance, I know you're talking practicality, but under the ordinance, a sidewalk is not needed on the cul-de-sac, but it is needed along Newtown Road because it's a minor collector. And the ordinance says that it's required in the R1 to have a sidewalk on a minor collector, but not on a cul-de-sac.
So, but these are, that's the backyard of a minor collector, so that triggers the sidewalk provision?
That was my reading of the ordinance. And it was the prior plan, they got a waiver from that, or a modification, and so I assume somebody made a determination that applied, but in lieu of that, they wanted the path, and they agreed to the path, and that's what we would be willing to do as well.
We're also very cognizant of how much impervious we have, so actually bringing the houses closer to the road is less driveway. However, if we did go with sidewalks, and I'm not sure how that would look, but we'll take a look at it. If that's something we have to do, it's something we'll try to work with.
I'm not interested in sidewalks. I like to keep the rural character right there. I mean, a sidewalk, they don't need a sidewalk to walk around in their community, I don't think.
Well, certainly not for I think, the 8 families that would be there.
I just have a couple brief comments. First of all, I appreciate the way you presented the plan. I like what I'm seeing. It's interesting. My only thoughts are on stormwater. I don't like the idea of stormwater retention under a cul-de-sac, even if it is a private road, because at some point we may adopt that road, and that's a very high cost of maintenance for us. I see opportunity here on the lower right-hand corner. You have this parcel that's, bifurcated from the rest of the parcel.
No, it's not.
Now, what is this?
It's across the road. You're not going to be able to do anything there.
No, hang on. But it's part of your land. Okay. So what I would like to explore at least is the potential for a retention basin on that side. I don't know if it's of any benefit. I have no idea what the storm flows are through that stream. But we have major issues in the township with stormwater management. And I see this piece of land sitting over here that really isn't part of anything on your side. And with a large stream going through, it may be an opportunity there in lieu of maybe doing some stormwater management under that cul-de-sac. But, being creative here, it would keep your costs down maybe on the cul-de-sac, but, and add a lot more utility. Because we are, we're looking at a lot of waivers. I mean, it's hard for me to read the plan as it is, because, it's just a sketch.
I think there are only 2, correct?
Well,
2 that we've identified
Yeah.
so far. One for the right-of-way width. We may ask for the variance
Yeah,
from
I
the front
can't-
yard. That would
what-
be at the zoning board. And the sidewalk along Newtown, which
But the
I
lot-
guess
the-
we could put in.
But the lots, maybe, again, I don't have I can't read all the numbers on here, but, lot 6, well, 7's existing, but lots 6 and 8, at least 25%, 30%. I mean, I'm seeing an acre of floodplain in one of the lots. So I don't know how many acres that lot is, but, I don't know. I just assume.
That's a good one to ask questions about, because that's our lot.
There you go. Well, I'm just saying that maybe we have an opportunity here to address some stormwater issues. Again, you're adding 7 new homes. That's a lot more impervious coverage that was ever on that property. And the question is, what do we do in exchange for that?
Sure.
And look, we see builders doing great things, and we see stormwater systems addressing, the 50-year flood, the 50-year storm, and it's not enough. We're seeing it everywhere. The 100-year isn't enough. It's like we need larger ideas. And I see land here. I see a natural stream. Again, I don't have any information. Maybe that's a trickle of water running through there, and it wouldn't make any sense. But if we have large flows through there, and they're contributing to downstream flooding, then maybe this is a good place to do something. So, some type of basin.
Commissioner, that was one thing that when we met with the applicant, I believe it was last Friday, that they were going to be controlling the stormwater management in and around the cul-de-sac, or maybe if it wasn't under, doing maybe a planted island with some stormwater in there, but maintaining the stormwater controls for that portion of the development up around the development, and then talking with the applicant on the other side of Sproul Road is maintaining that open for future access for the township. It wouldn't be in township control, but it would allow us to have an access easement over there to install additional stormwater management above and beyond. So,
And I'm asking to go a little bit further than that.
Correct.
And we actually
and do
asked them that.
something now.
We actually asked them that to, if we were in general concurrence with the idea of moving the houses closer to the cartway, reducing impervious, shorter driveways, and they even mentioned making a narrow road, which we were in favor of, again, all reducing impervious, giving us that agreement, if you will, for that piece on Sproul. But I'm usually not a fan of ground seepage beds in the road, but they could do it in a decentralized way. So maybe it's not one huge basin. It can be in several spots. And they seem very amenable to doing different BMPs to help out with water quality and other issues on the site.
Again, I'm asking for a lot, because these opportunities only come up, the opportunity to build these beautiful new homes is a once-in-a-lifetime thing. But the stormwater retention system in that cul-de-sac, to me, it's great, it's required, but can we do more? Can we do more with the opportunity?
Mr. Chairman, if I may,
Yes.
just to address John's point, is we'll ask Sugar and Valley to take a look at that as part of the stormwater management plan,
Thank
what
you.
issues can be done there.
And we'll look at it, as was pointed out, just, we believe we have this number of lots by right, that we're not asking for any waivers of those. Ironically, the waiver or the modification that we would get, if we would get it, for the right-of-way, as was pointed out, would actually tend to reduce impervious coverage, which would be a benefit for stormwater. And at this time, our stormwater isn't designed, but we don't anticipate asking for waivers on that. But if there's something that could be done, thinking outside of the box on that other piece, especially in lieu of something else, as you mentioned, Commissioner Fisher, we certainly could look at it.
Well, no, just so you know, no one is going to want that other piece to maintain it, okay? So
Right.
it's going to be yours. But if we can get the right to go in there in future years, if we need to do something, that would be good.
Okay.
And what John's talking about is, if we're going to give you all these waivers to reduce the impervious, maybe you can do the stormwater, count what the impervious would be without all the waivers. And that would be,
At the least,
50% more.
that's
Yeah.
what John's saying.
Yeah. Any
Can
other
you
questions?
tell us how big these homes are going to be and what the price point is anticipated?
Mike?
The homes so far are ranging somewhere between 3,200 and 4,200 square feet. We've talked to 3 builders. We have a set of plans that we've gotten quotes on. We think the build is going to be about $250 a square foot, and the lots are selling anywhere between $550 and $650 per lot. So about $1.5 million per property, maybe $1.6 million, maybe $1.7 million.
Any other comments? Well, thank you very.
Could I ask one other thing?
Sure.
And I'm not going to keep you. Thank you for your time. Just, we're trying to do our schedule, and we had met with the staff last week. We did not bring this up at the Planning Commission, but in doing our schedule, I wanted to get some feedback on whether the board would consider a waiver of the preliminary process, that we could do a preliminary final, or we should just plan on doing them 2 separate processes. Wanted to get if you had any feedback for us on that.
We've gotten ourselves into a little bit of trouble before with the preliminary final all at once, so it would be my preference to separate them out, because issues come up, and it's better to have 2 separate analyses.
Yeah, I feel the same with the complexity of this, even though it's better for us. I think, for our board.
Most
I
commissioners
speak
don't
for
understand the
myself.
process. Once we approve preliminary, then all we're doing, we're not changing anything, we're just doing administrative work. Once you approve preliminary, the plan's approved, and you can't vote no, you can't turn it down at final. You're just making sure everything that you decided preliminary is getting done. And you just list all the things, and they're all approved.
Georgia,
So-
with a really good engineer and an attorney, it'll be just as quick doing preliminary and final. That's always the key. Submit the plan, and it complies with everything, and there's minimal waivers, and you're good to go.
Yeah.
Understood.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would just like to ask if anybody has any ideas how we can speed it up right now, because based on the calendar that these guys presented to us, it's like March before we get final approval, and
Well,
that just...
get your plan in here, get it to the planning commission, or get it back to us, we'll get it back to the planning commission, and, we have 2 meetings a month, so it's up to your engineers and your lawyers to get it done.
It does
Very good.
It doesn't appear that it will have much opposition from public, so technically, it should have its due diligence here, but we won't be sending you in circles as far as I can tell.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We seem to be down on building mass, so.
Great.
But you're not in a historic district, that's the good news. All right.
So for the last agenda item, John Rice, this is the adoption tonight, correct? Very well. So I move the adoption of ordinance 2012-06.
Second.
Well, raise your hand, who
John.
seconded it? John Fisher,
whatever.
second, okay. John
Jennifer,
Fisher,
I got that
seconded.
one.
Commissioner comment? Public comment?
You're looking like an old man, Nick.
Nick Kenneally, 41 Oakford Road, and I mentioned my address here. I'm not here representing anyone. I just happened to see this on the agenda when I looked late this afternoon. And the only item that caused me some concern was Section 3, which Section 3 used to read that you would require one space per 1,000 square feet. That's now been changed to one space for 300 square feet of floor area. What in effect that does is going to increase the number of parking spaces required, which will also increase the amount of impervious coverage. And that's the concern that I have here, is that what we're doing here is that we're increasing number of parking spaces and increasing impervious coverage, when I know that's a major concern with the township regarding that issue. And that's the only issue I really had with the ordinance, and that's why I raised it.
But under this, we can change that by special exception.
Yes, well, you can't, the zoning hearing board would
Right.
have to,
Right.
yes. Which is what the current ordinance states also.
Mhm.
The current ordinance provides that you can change it by special exception as well.
Well, which subsection was it, Nick?
It was Section 3, which is 280-103, subsection B20. B20 at one point read that it was, currently reads, it's one space per 1,000 square feet. Now you're requiring one space per 300 square feet, which is basically tripling the parking requirement for that type of thing. An example would be, I know in Eastern, I know that's probably why Colleen's sitting here, is that you may recall when they calculated their parking space or their requirements, there was some area that was attributable to the 1,000 square feet of gross floor area. An example would be for a basketball court for intramural purposes, a playing field for intramural purposes wouldn't have stands. They all fell within that one per 1,000 square feet. Now you'll be making it one per 300 square feet, and as I mentioned, tripling the parking requirement.
Yeah, but there's another parking section that covers that in the same section.
You mean the special exception section, John?
Well, no, that provision that you're referring to just deals with uses that there's no parking standard for,
Correct.
or a new use that might come in.
Right.
But right now, under 28103, there's a parking standard for theater, auditorium, stadium, assembly hall. So that would cover your example, I would think. And there's a parking standard for educational uses.
Well, there is no parking standard for educational uses. I think that's why the new institutional ordinance, they're discussing that now, that's going about before the Planning Commission.
So, Nick, as I understand it, this change would only apply to the newer undefined use. Is that
Yes,
correct, John
it'd be
Wright?
the undefined uses.
And then, I mean, there's some logic in that to me, that if something is undefined, then we
You
want
don't-
to have a very aggressive parking standard.
You don't know
because
what
we
it-
want the-
right.
Yes,
You
so
don't
that
know-
we get to use that as a way to.
If you want
guard
an
the
aggressive
interests of the
parking
township.
standard, yes, that's the case.
But, yeah, for an unknown application, we should have an aggressive parking standard, that's my sense.
Yeah.
And the Planning Commission reviewed this provision extensively, and I think on the second or third draft, this was added to it because we had really no parking standard for that undefined use. And depending on what the use is, it could be modified by special exception, which is not an insurmountable hurdle, if it makes sense, to make it not as aggressive, depending on what the use is. So, I mean, I understand Nick's concern, but I think it's, most of those uses you're concerned are covered somewhere else in the code.
Yeah, as I said, there's a number of uses. For example, when you do talk about auditorium, and there's always a question on interpretation, is an auditorium a classroom or not? If it's a classroom, then it's the largest seats in the classroom. If it's not a classroom, then that's probably where the 1 per 1,000 would fit in. So it could be a significant number, may not be a significant number. I agree, you can always apply for a special exception. The concern, as I said, at least in most circumstances, as far as the large, bigger institutions, which I don't have to specify, it's just going to be a matter of adding impervious coverage if they're not granted a special exception, which I think would be a concern.
So Nick, you're here representing
I'm not
as a
representing anybody,
resident.
John. I'm not representing
And
anybody. I
as a
said that.
resident, you think
I'm
this
here.
is
I'm
bad
a
thing?
resident, but obviously I'm not here representing one this evening. I just happened to see this, and
But collectively, are you representing all of your
no,
clients?
I'm
when you
not.
ask this?
I'm not representing one, John.
'Cause
But John, I'm not going to sit here and say I don't represent institutions. So I mean, obviously.
No, the
you
reason
know,
I say this is
that's
because
why
I don't think
it
many
popped.
residents would challenge a strict parking requirement.
Nick, you're taking the bait.
You took the bait.
No, I did not. Well, John, obviously, I'm not going to say that I don't represent institutions. I'm not here representing this evening. Obviously, the concern that I have, I expressed to the board. Right? So, and it's not only the major institutions, it's schools like Notre Dame, Agnes Irwin, places like that also would have to comply with this.
Only with their undefined uses.
Yes, but the question is, what's an undefined use? I know in Eastern, when they did their calculation, I believe classroom space was considered an undefined use.
Right,
And
which-
Colleen, I don't know.
Right,
Colleen,
which
do you
we're-
recall that? Yeah, same.
Right, which is part of why we're doing the PI.
And actually, yeah, as under the plan institutional, there was a lot of comment about the parking, and actually the expert kind of mentioned it, tying it into, he said that the standard is 2.8 per student or something of that nature. But again, there was a lot of discussion about parking for planning commission. And Elaine, if you're watching it, you probably saw it. There was most of the discussion during the institutional ordinance was about height, and it was about parking. That were the 2 points that really brought the most discussion when they started talking about the ordinance.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Good evening. My name is Colleen Price. I'm from 352 Shimoni Road in St. David's. And I did go before the Planning Commission because this, I thought, was a huge loophole in this ordinance, because if you have an undefined use, it just had no parking requirements at all. And I think it's a little odd that Nick is up here, because I believe he has 2 clients right now who are submitting new uses that would fall under this ordinance. The first being Villanova. Villanova said that they wanted to have a mixed-use, comprehensive institutional development. And I have you actually on tape, John Rice, saying they claimed it was a new use.
We adjust the
Well-
board and just talk, don't get with
Then
John,
ask-
don't
then
get with
ask-
Nick. You know?
There's a Villanova was claiming, if you put together a comprehensive integrated college development, that's a new use. And the danger of this ordinance is then Kevin can decide that that's a new use, and he
It's
can
in
make
here.
up his
Is
own.
it- Is it in here?
We don't think it's a new use, Colleen.
But I'm telling you right now, Nick Knigler has 2 clients, the first of which is Villanova, who would use this ordinance.
Colleen, we're gonna vote for this. We're gonna vote for this. Are you supporting this?
No, I'm not supporting this, and I want to explain to you the dangers
The
of
300,
passing
the
this.
300?
The 300 is great. I would even go
You're
higher than
supporting
that. Yes.
Okay.
All right,
That's
well-
all Nick talked to, so don't point to him if you're talking about something else, just
Well,
parking.
you know what? I have to tell you all about this ordinance. It came in as this very innocuous thing, like, oh my God, this bed and breakfast came in and we didn't have a use for it, so let's provide for it somewhere. The whole planning commission was like, look, let's not talk about crazy uses, get people all agitated. We're just going to put this out because it's really for that one fluke occurrence that happens once every 50 years where some crazy use comes up that we can't find in our zoning ordinance. This comes out, and we now have 2 applications for new uses coming in before this even gets passed. The danger of this ordinance that you're going to pass is that you have now taken the zoning code and allowed the zoning officer to rewrite it whenever he feels like it. Someone comes in and recategorizes. There's this 3 office buildings on King of Prussia Road, 7 stories high, that came in and presented. It's some mixed integrated transportation office district. Is that a clearly defined use? Well, heck no. Nobody's ever called it that before. We know what it is. It's an office building with a parking lot. You have now decided that the zoning officer decides that that's never been defined, and he throws it in here. Well, what are the standards for that? Because there aren't any standards. It's undefined. And planned institutional. It's very critical to know what the use is, because that's how you decide what the setback is. If you don't have, if somebody can come in and just change something, call it a new use, he approves it, he can decide the setbacks, the uses, the parking. It's really taking all the power out of the whole point of writing the zoning code and handing it to the zoning officer. And I think it's a little bit more than coincidental that we have 2 applications in at this point for new uses that would fall under this ordinance. So I think it's a really, really bad idea. And I think at a minimum, this should have to go before the Planning Commission with notice to your neighbors. Because if someone came in and told me that Villanova was doing a new, mixed, integrated, comprehensive college development, and I looked at the plan and said, that's a dorm, a parking lot, and a theater, you've got to be kidding me. I would at least like to be able to come to the Planning Commission and say, you know what, that's not a new use. We know what that is. It's all clearly defined, rather than have somebody already grant it and put it in. So I think that at a minimum, you should have that this shall go to the Planning Commission with notice to their neighbors that they're trying to create some new use. This should be a fluke, not something that's already got, 2 requests in the wings.
Thank you.
And I also have one crazy question. What the heck is a consumer service use? In section C, it's like office, commercial, or consumer services uses. I don't know what that is. It's not defined in the zoning code, but somehow it's allowed now in PBO if the zoning officer.
Like a retail store type of a use.
Personal service shops, things that are currently permitted in those districts.
Barber shops, those types of things. Yeah.
Okay, well, I will urge you
Okay.
to at least require at least Planning Commission review over something as huge as creating a new use in the zoning code.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
These uses
do we have a
would be, these uses would be in front of the Planning Commission. My determination would just be that it's not defined in the ordinance, then it's got to go through the entire conditional use process. So it would be in front of the Planning Commission and in front of the commissioners multiple times.
And most likely a land development.
Jennifer, has this been moved and seconded?
I made the motion.
Jennifer, has this been moved and seconded? No? All right, can I have a motion?
So I'll move the adoption of ordinance 2012-06.
Do I have a second? I'll second. All right, Commissioner comment, public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 7-0. Okay, Parks and Recreation?
The only thing I wanted to mention is, at the last meeting, we were presented with a really nice Willows property, cost to operate and whatever. I've been through that, Bob, and I'm not necessarily comfortable with the numbers. But I do think it'd be very useful to have Bill come to the Parks Board at their next meeting and review this document with them. I know they've been asking all the time about this kind of thing.
Is that under Parks and Recreation? Personnel Administration?
No report.
Library?
No report.
Public Health?
Just to mention that there have been cases of West Nile virus, thank you. I was going to say Lyme disease. West Nile virus in Pennsylvania, 2 cases confirmed in Delaware County. Just use extreme caution when being outside. There are guidelines on our website on what you should do and what you shouldn't do. And keep in mind that the mosquitoes breed in standing water, so if you have trash cans that are holding water, dump them upside down. Keep things upside down. Do your best to contribute to solving the problem, not being part of it. Thanks.
Old business? New business? PennDOT property around I-476 interchange at Lancaster Avenue?
Yes, I just want to make the board aware, I know it's late. The property around the I-476, which is the interchange, I just wanted to make the board aware that I have directed Kevin to prepare a notice of violation in regards to some of these photos that you'll see here, in regards to the lack of maintenance of PennDOT in the particular area. High Grass, I know we had worked with them about a year ago, which we ended up having to send them a notice of violation to as well for the lack of the maintenance of the particular area. So just want to make the board aware that it will be mailed, the notice of violation, to the governor tomorrow.
Bob,
And last year, when we sent the notice of violation, what happened?
It took a while for them. They came out, they cut the grass, but they left all the high weeds around the curbs and all that. They actually did come out later after we had called. But again, this is kind of ridiculous that this is allowed to continue to go on here. So we will be sending a notice of violation tomorrow.
So Bob, basically, they don't take action until we do this.
That's correct.
Is the past
Correct.
practice.
And this is a gateway to the township, and I think.
And we've been asking them over the last 6, 7, 8
Well,
months to do this?
No,
No.
they came down once, I think, to cut the grass. It was a mess, and this is what it is, but I don't think we should have to chase anybody, especially with PennDOT, to be able to do that when we ask other homeowners and other businesses to maintain their property. I think that's the least that can be done.
Well, Steve, do you have any contact with PennDOT? I mean, do we have a contact with PennDOT?
I do, but I can just give you another situation. We had an issue on a sidewalk by the P&W Bridge in Villanova where we had contacted PennDOT several times because pedestrians were having trouble walking. They were actually walking out on Lancaster Pike. And we called 3 times, and eventually our guys just went and did it because I thought it was a safety issue. The point being, their response is minimal at best.
All right, so there's no working relationship then with them at all?
We do have a relationship with them, but it's never been on this island.
All right. Public participation?
Jim Schneller, St. David's Park. I live somewhat nearby the Poplar Avenue address, and I wanted to ask you to please bear in mind for the future, A, that it appears there has been a meandering about instead of complying with the requirement for a demolition permit, and there should be no way that a house can come down without a demolition permit. And it seems to me that Kevin, with all respect, said that there were meetings, and the homeowner is satisfied he came in for a meeting. But if the final walls come down, there's like too much gray area between when a house has been demolished and nicely met about. If you remember, there was one prior incident in this regard on West Wayne Avenue, and the folks were required to come in, I believe, to the harbor, to you, and to show pictures of the termite infestation or whatever they said was reason for the house to be improperly issued a permit for demolition. So I ask also, B, that you investigate the matter, because that's the matter that led to the unhappiness of the neighbors, and it shouldn't just vaporize from this room tonight. So could you please have an investigation into what processes occurred, so that, as Mr. Higgins suggested the possibility of, you can finally revise the code so you can't have someone circumventing the HARB.
Thank you, sir.
Kevin, in the construction process, there has to be a little play, correct? You wouldn't advise that, I think you would advise us to proceed the way you proceeded on this, not to change the code to not allow that, correct?
In my opinion, the ordinance is probably a little bit too far to being too strict and restrictive on nonconformities, and making it more strict is going to have a wide impact township-wide. In this case, the issues that are being discussed with the walls coming down and for what reasons is a building code issue and not a zoning code issue. And this has been, we've spent many meetings, many days discussing this issue. We discussed it with John Rice after my determination was questioned, and he determined that I acted in accordance with the code. So, but yes, in any part of construction, there are field changes that are occurred that are approved on the spot, that plans aren't submitted.
And you want us to preserve that capability for those types of field changes?
Correct, and I think that there are areas of the township that are more densely populated than others, and that there are a lot of nonconformities, and if you start impacting those, you're going to start impacting the ability of people to use their properties in a reasonable manner, and I have some concerns with that.
Motion to adjourn?
Now, we have a very different situation, though, where the HARB is triggered, and that's not being perceived. It's not a matter of nonconformity.
When the HARB is triggered, we take it to HARB. All right, motion to
Kevin,
adjourn?
219 Poplar, was there a demolition permit issued as part of the building permit?
I do not have the permits in front of me. I know that we were aware as soon as the first floor was determined that it could not be saved. Christian was in here and discussing this with my staff to the extent of what permits were issued for this. I know that there were building permits that allowed him to proceed. And the general construction of what was approved by HARB is what is there now. The initial HARB approval and what the building looked like is what it will look like today, based off of your approval tonight.
All right, got a motion to adjourn?
Because with all,
Jim, you had your, we just had
15
commissioners ask
seconds.
questions.
15 seconds.
Oh, you got 15 seconds.
With all that's been said tonight, the HARB has been in effect for 10 years, and a house built in the 40s is now 70 years old, and that's the way it will progress. I mean, hopefully people 70 years from now will be able to use the HARB in the same way.
All right, thank you.
Motion to adjourn.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Passes 7-0. Thank you.